Hello everyone, welcome on into the stream. I just started I didn't wait till the countdown went all the way down because I got so tired of actually listening to that song. So that song you guys might actually that was playing during the countdown was actually a song that you might have recognized from CNN's. Hello, thank you so much, Draco, for that sub. And that's 11 months now. I cannot believe how time passes so quickly. Thank you so much, Draco, and I hope you are doing well. So yeah, that song is something you'll like. It's a music you'll actually hear when you're watching some CNN like video clips. And I really, really love the song. I know some of you have heard the story before, but it was a long time ago. And then I was saying to my son, like I was trying to research what the song was. You know, I was trying to, you know how you can, there's some of those softwares that will recognize a song and then it will like search it for you and tell you what the title is. So I was even trying to use that. That didn't help at all. And then I just guessed that it was probably like a song that CNN, you know, they probably paid a musician to make that song for them, and it was probably just for CNN's like news blurbs. So I asked my son, could he make like a cover of it? So he made that cover of that song, and it sounds almost identical to the original. The only problem, I think it works quite nice for the intro. The only problem is that I'm going to have to ask him to make like a version where it's like a constant loop. Like right now I had the setting on loop so that OBS looped the song, but of course then it went quiet and then it started again. But I can ask my son to make one that you'd never notice like a pause in it, you know? There's just like constant. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if it was like too annoying for you guys to listen to it over and over again as the stream was starting. Like before, what I've done is I've just put this playlist that I play during my streams. I've just put that on right from the get-go. But I was kind of thinking it'd be kind of cool to have like some kind of a song just for that intro. I'm not sure how you guys feel about that. Anyhow, here's something else. So you know how like I'm always struggling with FaceRig not sort of losing the tracking of my face due to my glasses, and I'm always having to sort of wake cats up that, come on cats, like come alive again by taking my glasses off momentarily. Well, I thought of something. So of course FaceRig, you know, it is also looking at the eyebrows, and I thought to myself, like, when I'm actually not wearing any makeup, the color of my eyebrows is rather light. So I thought to myself, you know what I should do actually before these streams is I should put on some makeup onto my eyebrows in the very least, and it will help FaceRig notice, you know, the face tracking and sort of find the face tracking. And it really, really, really seemed to help when I tested it out. I was having like real problems with it before the stream, not seeing the face. And that really, really, yeah, no, Viking, I just drew some really dark lines on my eyebrows, like just really crappily. It doesn't matter at all how they look. As long as FaceRig sees it, and it seems to have helped, guys. It seems to have helped. So maybe we're going to see cats like stay more alive from now on. And let's just actually have, before I go any further here, let me just see who all we have in here. Hello, Parser, welcome on in. Is Dark Cats actually going to be drinking? No, I wish I could drink alcohol, guys, but my body can't stand it. It really backfires. Like if I drink, my body just feels so horrible for many days after that. Even if I drink just a little bit. So yeah, my body is not liking the alcohol. But that doesn't mean we can't drink alcohol in the game, right? Yeah, maybe Saturday wasn't the best. Parts are true. And we have Donut Kebab. Hello. Not late this time, no. And Viking, hello. And Viking, don't worry. I know. You're the Melody alcohol man. You're the one selling alcohol and Melody. I'm not going to go into competition with you at all. I just want to. So here's the reason, guys, that I want to make alcohol. So first of all, because I've never tried making alcohol in Wurm, ever. So that's always interested me. But the main reason is actually the fact that we have over 100 clay tiles that are going to be needed to be transmutated from clay to dirt so they can be terraformed. And for me, like doing the tar tiles, if you guys remember the 4 tar tiles that were stopping us from terraforming here, they it took forever to make them. And because my beverage skill, making skill, like when you're making transmutation liquid, you should have, I guess, high beverage making skill, because at least it's beverage skill that is being used when you make that stuff. So I need to train my beverage making skill, and I thought that I might as well, if I'm going to be doing that, I am not interested in having many kegs of juice, but I could absolutely have like many kegs of alcohol, since I'm a big user of alcohol in the game anyhow, right? And hello, Del Raced, welcome on into the stream, if I already didn't say so. And let's see what else we have. Du Jensen, hello, welcome on in. And Du Jensen, I know you're over at the Lunalong, aren't you? So for those who don't know, there is an Impalong, world famous Impalong going on over on Xanadu, on the old servers, the Lunalong. If you're a new player and you have never experienced a Lunalong, an Impalong in Wurm, it might be well worth your while creating an alt on Xanadu just to go and check it out. I could just show you here on the map. Well, actually, we should probably get the link for that. Let me just grab the link for that and share it with you guys. Let me just see here. Wurm forums and let's see, town square, Lunalong, and there's the information. Yeah, well recommended to go and check that out. I might be going to check it out in some of these coming days. It will last many days. And Griff is asking if I'm streaming. Here in our alliance chat. So and what else was I gonna say? Yeah. So if you're a new player and you've never been to an Impalong in Wurm, I would really warmly recommend going and checking it out, even just to go and see. There's going to be a whole bunch of competitions, which might be quite funny to watch in the very least. And let's see what else we have here in the chat. And Parser, you said theme songs are very brand positive, but show intros don't usually run 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah. Viking is like, alcohol is good for you. In game. And hello there, Kritzel. Welcome on into the stream. It is independent of the body, likes alcohol, the mind decides. And Draco, I'm doing just fine, thank you very much. I had such a realistic dream about when my son was just a little baby, and it really made me feel nostalgic when I woke up. Actually, it was sometimes you have those super realistic dreams and you sort of like left thinking about them. And how are you doing today, Draco? Yes, Parser. My characters are a big user of alcohol in Wurm. You guys know that. All the mountain climbing I do. And you're at the Luna Long right now, Du Jensen? Yeah, you're doing the blacksmithing over there, aren't you? Oh, Viking, yeah, you should organize a drink along. Can you do wine tasting in Wurm, guys? Can you do Wurm tasting? Like, here, just this is like a dumb newbie question, but like, if you taste wine in Wurm, and let's say you taste white wine or red wine, or if there's like the different ages of the wine, will you get different messages in the event window? Because it'd be really cool if there's not such a thing that, you taste slightly sweet, flagrant, blah, 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 and there'd be a whole bunch of different messages. Wouldn't that be cool? And how did I know you were there, Dujon? Because I was reading through the Luna Long, like, the messages, and I saw you had reported for blacksmithing there. And hello there, Pnut. Welcome on into the stream. Cat knows all, says Delraised. And you're doing okay, Draco. That's good to hear. And hello, Reika Nation. Welcome on into the stream. So, guys, what are we going to be doing today? Well, first of all, we're going to have to do some boring stuff. So I really, really badly have to attend to the crops here. Because I have completely ignored them. You know, I'm at a point now, guys. I'm at a point now with these crops that I don't bother farming them in between, and I don't even bother farming them just before I harvest. Like usually I would at least farm them once before harvesting, but I've gotten my farming up high enough and the crops are sort of good enough that I will yield, several from each tile anyhow. And I'm starting to have like hundreds and thousands of the material, like the different veggies and stuff. So I'm not like sweating getting like a good harvest. It's basically to keep the horses like fed anyhow. So I don't really mind. So that's why it's actually going to go pretty fast. And just while we're chattering here, I'll just get going with that. And what else we're going to be doing? Well, you know what? Let's just have a little look at what's been going on here on the Kingdom project. And of course, for those who don't know what this ugly, ugly deed is going to end up being, is a glorious sand castle. Let's see if we have the image here somewhere. Let's just check here quickly. I'm sure most of you have seen this, but for those who haven't, Wurm Online Kingdom Project. So all of this weird looking stuff here that just is probably the ugliest deed in all the lands. There's probably not a single deed that looks this ugly in all of Wurm right now, but it's going to be this one of these days. And I know most of you have seen these, but for those who haven't, it is going to be this glorious sand castle kingdom. Anyhow, so we have been terraforming. Well, especially Griff has been really, really, really hard working this past week. I've also been doing some surface mining, and Griff has been doing a lot of surface mining down this canal this last week. And, it's going to go all the way down to the ground level, and then eventually this middle part is going to be like a canal for boats. But for now, we're just keeping it even because I'm going to be using it just for the horse stuff and planting things for now. I mean, this is a many years long project, so there's no rush to get everything finished immediately. But yeah, it's going to be nice to have this other canal open up. So far we have this end, and just to show like from the top how you can see the canals going there, crisscrossing through the middle. Yeah, so that's the progress that's been going on here. Now, as for the horse market, guys, it has not been going well, and I know I was like complaining about that last time that business has been really slow. Now, I decided to, so somebody, I was advertising the horse market on the trade channel, and then somebody sent me a message that, how come your prices are so expensive? So I was like, what? I thought they were equal, if not more, cheap than what I've seen on the forums, because I priced my horses at slightly lower when I was checking them than what other people had, and the prices have dipped down so quickly on these new servers that I should have been keeping track of that. So I drastically lowered my prices once again. Let's just have a look at the prices I have going now. Let's see, Wurm, horse stuff, new servers, Shimmering Sands. So I have a chart here that is showing the pricing of the horses down here. And I actually set up like like an Excel sheet, or not an Excel sheet, like a Google Docs sheet, where all I have to change is this price over here, or else this price, and it will calculate everything together, and then it imports the sheet into my advertisement. So it's coming from a different file completely. So that was pretty handy. If I need to adjust the prices, now even better if it would update them here as well. It could be that there's a way to do that. I don't think so though. But anyhow, you can see the prices here, and I think those are pretty fair prices for the new servers. But even after I slashed the prices drastically, still I haven't had a single sale after that. Now, one thing to say is that I don't have a single 5-speed horse on sale yet, so it could be that that is the reason, because some of the other horse markets, they're already selling 5 speeds, and so I'm a little bit late to the party in that regard. I do have 5 speeds here, I do. The only thing is I have to save them for the breeding purposes still at this point. Like I have, how many do I have? Let's just have a look at Granger here quickly, what the situation is. Wurm Assistant, Granger. And also, for those of you who use Granger, you might have noticed, if you've used it for your hell horses, you might have noticed that the Granger does not properly recognize the age of the baby hell horses, that it will see adolescent and young hell horses the same as the adults, and you have to go in and actually edit the information. You know how you can go in to you can edit these, and then you can set the age like manually. So I was having a chat about that with some people, and it seems that it was a bug that was like there was information sort of missing, and I let Alder know on the forum post, and he is probably going to update it so that the Hellhorse babies will be recognized as well. So basically the Hellhorse babies, so the way that it recognizes which is an adult and which is a baby is, so in the case of the horses, and I'm guessing that this is the way. So with the horses, if you examine a horse, you'll have this message where it says, horses like this one have many uses, and if you examine a baby horse, it will say, what does it say here? Yeah, hold on, let me just see. A foal skips around here merrily. So that is how, I'm assuming that's how Wurm Assistant notices the difference. Now with hell horses, however, they have a different message. So, and this is something that Alder had missed, apparently. So with an adult, it says, this fiery creature is rumored to be the mounts of the demons of soul. Now the babies, however, say this fiery creature is rumored to grow up to be a mount of the demons of soul. So yeah, we're gonna probably be seeing a fix to that, because to the age thing. So if you guys have been if you guys breed animals, breed hell horses, and if you've been using Granger, and for those who don't use Granger, so and Wurm Assistant, basically Wurm Assistant is this little tool made by Alder, who there's all kinds of things here. You've got the calendar, which I've never used. You've got a log searcher. You can look through the logs. You've got the triggers, which I've been doing lately, adding sound triggers to things. The Granger is what you use to keep track of your bred animals. You can, it will see all the traits, and it will also recommend what to breed with. For instance, if I just let me just check mark all of these, and it will suggest which ones to breed with. The only problem is that all my females are probably pregnant right now, so it's not really working right now. Yeah, hold on. Age. Let's just put it this way. Here. That one. There, you see how it's suggesting this hop raid stallion for this mare. Anyhow, yeah, that sort of went on a long tangent there that is probably not of much interest to most of you. But yeah, after I have getting back to like what we're going to be doing today in the stream, once I have taken care of these crops, we are going to learn about the process of booze making. So I have never touched it. I've never built a still. I've never built a wine. Oh, I have actually built some wine kegs just as decorations, but I never used them for wine. And we are going to actually build a little cellar underground, just a temporary one, where I'm going to set up my booze business, because apparently wine ages better if it's in an oak wine barrel and that's kept underground. So so I might as well set up my whole wine, like a booze making process underground. But anyhow, let's get to the harvesting these crops while I sort of read what you guys have been talking about. Oh, and one other thing, guys. I want to ask you, so I've had a problem lately that there's these there's these seals that slither around here, I guess because there's so much rock next to the water that has been exposed. I'm not sure. I have noticed that seals like to hang out on the rock tiles, but they have been slithering into my horse pens. And so I was asking the devs last night, I was asking, like, are locked fences not supposed to keep your animals in and wild animals out? And they asked me, like, do you have like a bridge attached, you know, close by to your fences? And I said, yeah, I have a rope bridge. And I showed a screenshot, and they said that there's actually like a little bug, apparently like related to that sometimes animals, if you have like a bridge attached to the, you know, on the same tile, apparently it might cause like issues with animals being able to come in and out of your pens. So my question to you guys is, have any of you had that problem? Have you noticed issues? If you have like a bridge connected to your animal pen or to any fenced area, have you noticed wild animals being able to sneak in or not? And let me just catch up with what you guys are saying here. Hello, Factional Fight. Welcome on in. Oh, you're doing blacksmithing, carpentry, and fine carpentry, Du Jensen. Nice. And hello, Drogos. Welcome on into the stream. Ooh, Du Jensen, you made a large cart rare yesterday. Fantastic. I bet the owner was really, really happy about that. Okay, we're gonna plant these carrots here. And let's see what else you guys are saying. Hello, River Dog. Welcome on into the stream. And Parser, yesterday you logged in, walked out of your house onto your deed. There, practically in front of your front yard, was a faux kill mission creature just standing there, and you'd never seen a trader creature before in 7 years of playing Wurm. Wow, Parser. Holy moly, what does that even look like? So do you mean like the big guys who like lumber around the lands? Or I don't even know what that is. So was it something you could kill, or what do you do with it? Hello, Hello, Dresden. Welcome on in. And Taiki, yes, hello. Welcome on in, Taiki. And actually, Taiki, is it like Taiki or is it Taiki? Because I've heard different people like pronounce your name in a different way on their streams. I've been saying Taiki all this time, but I heard somebody, was it I forget now who it was, but I think they said Taiki. And Dujan, so you never used Granger for Hell Horses, right? Yeah, so, well, that's going to start working in a bit. And Donut, some breeders are selling 5-speed horses starting at 2 silver now. You find that already so cheap since horses live so long. Yeah, I don't know, there must be some kind of like price competition going with people just dipping down their prices more and more and more. And, you know, I wonder just how low they're going to go because at least the prices I have over on Xanadu is that I'm selling the rare colors at 1 silver 50, the 5 speeds. So all of the horses I'm selling on Xanadu, they're all 5 speeds plus spark in its eyes. So the rare colors are going for 150. Then the piebald and the blood bay, they're going for, I think it was 75 or 70. And then the old horses, hold on, let me just check. God, I can't remember now. Let's just have a look at the prices I have there. Yeah, 150 for the rare colors, the new ones. The old horses, 30 cents. The piebald and the blood bay, 50. And it was the ebony black that was 75. That's right. Yeah, so I'm curious as to like just how the prices are going to behave because I've been selling horses at that price. So me and Draka, we have the same prices. Well, at least we did still like a couple of years ago. I'm not sure if she's adjusted her prices since then. I haven't checked. But like how low are people going to compete for over here on the new servers? That's the question. And yeah, I guess since there's already 5 speeds already selling, maybe that's why nobody has any interest in buying any of my horses. I'm not sure, but yeah, I was clearly kind of late to the party, it seems. So we'll see how that sort of goes ahead. It could be that I'll just have to give up on the whole horse breeding business and just keep, 5 speeds for myself and for the Alliance members. Just, it's not like all the skills and all the effort went to waste in any way whatsoever, because even if I don't have a horse market, at least still we're going to have nice horses in our Alliance. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm not going to get too depressed about it until I see what happens once where the prices are going to go, and I'll just wait patiently until I'm at the point that I can actually start selling the five speeds. Oh, and I remember why we opened Wurm Assistant, by the way. We were going to check like how many 5 speeds I have right now in my fleet, or my herds, I should say. So let's just see here. So these ones, these are all 5 speeds here. It's a bit laggy right now. And I do have 3 5 speeds plus spark in its eyes now. But they're all foals still. So I'm just waiting for them to all grow up. And then I can start breeding them. And then there are, how many 4 speeds do we have? Quite a few 4 speeds actually at this point. Hold on, tons of them actually. See how laggy that is? It's taking forever to load that all. So all of these are force speeds that are sort of filling in here. So, you know, I'm almost there, guys. I'm almost there because I can imagine that since there's so many force speeds now being bred, that we'll soon have like lots more 5 speeds as well. But yeah, it's been a slow process for sure. But, you know, the thing is that the reason that I can't really compete, man, this is so laggy. Thank you so much for the follow, Spio1. Welcome to the stream. The reason that I can't really compete with the other horse breeders is because my main goal here on Melody is not horse breeding. It is the Kingdom Project. So most of my time and effort, you know, is going to be going to this, especially in the future. Whereas the other horse breeders, their whole Wurm lives revolve around the horse breeding aspect. So they have the time to be constantly updating their prices and checking the prices of their competitors and doing the horse breeding stuff. So yeah, it could be I'm gonna just have to give up on that dream of like being a horse breeder. We'll see. We'll see. And hello Shards, welcome on into the stream. And Satan's Balls, good to see you. It's been a long time. How have you been? Parser, it's of interest to you because you're very proud of having submitted a group of fixes to Wurm Assistant and learning Git in order to submit them properly. Oh, right, and have them accepted. So, Parser, you've coded like stuff for Wurm Assistant, have you? That's cool to know. That's really cool. Yeah, I noticed from the patch notes that it seemed like various people had like done different fixes, and I wasn't even aware of that. So it could be that it's not even Alder himself that makes that fix for the Hell Horses. It might even fall on your shoulders, Parser. Who knows? So yeah, that's good to know that you're like so closely intertwined with Wurm Assistant. I was not aware. So no wonder you knew so well about the triggers and how those work. If you've done stuff like that. Hello, Tuxie. So you guys had this problem when you built a workshop with a bridge attached. So the whole thing about animals slithering into your penned areas. Monsters were showing up inside the building, right? Including a spider, which made no sense since they aren't supposed to go through the doors at all. Right, right. Hello, Backstabs. Welcome on into the stream, and thank you for that follow. Right, Tuxie. Okay, so, yeah, you know what I'm going to do then, Tuxie? I think I shall, like, write up a bug report for the devs then. They have, like, their own bug reporting system. So I will do that then. So Taiki, I've been saying it correctly then. Excellent. Good to hear. And let's see what else we have here. So Parser says, kill mission creatures. Deity wants you to slay the traitor. Random mobs type seen fleeing from Valray to these lands. It was last spotted within about X map squares of map coordinates. Right. Huh. And so in all these years, this was your, what was it? Did you say it was your like first time seeing that kind of thing? And Backstabs asks, how is the player base for this game? So first of all, Backstabs, if you're talking about the size of the player base, Wurm is a very niche, small MMO. It's run by a very small team where there's only like a few people who are actually getting a salary, and the rest of them are volunteers. But even though the player base is a small one and the dev team is a small one, it is still a very dedicated, very devoted, very passionate group of people. on both ends, and the game has been running now for 15, 16 years now, I believe. And the game is being developed actively, and lots of new exciting stuff happens every single year. So it has that feeling of eternity, this game. And as far as, how often you sort of bump into other players, it sort of depends on what the server is that you're on, what time of day it is. Sometimes, like what I do every Tuesday is I do this Wurm roulette stream where I go and explore areas that I've never been to before in the game, because the game is so vast that after 7 years of playing the game, I've literally not been to every single part of the world yet. And sometimes during those explorations, I will bump into a lot of people during the stream. There's some times where I won't bump into a single soul, so it kind of depends. And as far as how the player base is, as far as personality-wise, like how are Wurm players? Are they nice people or toxic people? I would say that the 99% of Wurmians are really, really, really friendly, super helpful, very inclusive and inviting people who go out of their way to help other players, especially new players, because since it's such a small niche game, the old players are so thrilled when they meet like a new player just starting Wurm, and everyone is like so helpful, even too helpful sometimes, to be honest. I should probably put some of these things away here. But I would say that you will find also a few toxic players who sort of hang out on the forums, and they sort of complain about everything. I guess every game has some bad apples like this, and I'm when I'm saying complaining, I'm talking about complaining needlessly, that they're just there to bring sort of like a negativity, constructive feedback. That's, constructive negative feedback is always important, so the devs know what to do, like to get feedback if something is not working nicely. But I'm talking about like actual toxic players. So there are a few of those, but I guess every single game is going to have a few of those. But I have not met a toxic player like in game ever. The only toxic players I ever see are the ones that are hanging out on the forums, to be quite honest. My guess is that these people are the ones that were, banned from Wurm, from toxic behavior, and then they sort of are salty about it, and then they come and they try and get their, they missed the game, but they're banned, so they feel like salty about it, and they want to get payback somehow. I don't know, but yeah, like the Wurm community in the game at least is really, really, really nice. And just it's a great atmosphere, I think. So you've looked into it before, Backstabs, but you've looked into it before, but it never stroke your interest. I see. So Backstabs, this is definitely like it's not like theme park MMOs that sort of it doesn't have quests. You don't level up a character. Instead, you work on your skills, and you have to, instead of there being quests, you have to create your own goals and missions in the game. Now, there are a few little, like, tiny little missions, but I would not call those comparable at all to the ones you will find in other MMOs. This is very much a kind of game where you have to map out your own destiny. And the players who love Wurm love it for that very reason, that we're given all the tools and bits and bobs to do whatever we want, basically, here. But you have to have that ability to initiate these types of goals. So that's not everyone's cup of tea, that's for sure. And let's see what else you guys are saying here. Let's see. Hello, Kitty Kaboosh. Happy Catterday to you as well. And Backstabs, so you were playing Shadow the Avatar. Are you an old Ultima Online fan by any chance? If you were playing Shadow the Avatar, I'm wondering if you're an old UO player. Hello, Stang. Welcome on into the stream. You're enjoying a cup of coffee in Cat's stream. Oh, that sounds great. Yeah, I had a cup of coffee just before I started the stream myself. Dalray says Wurm has a small but exceptional player base. Absolutely. And yeah, Taiki was mentioning how everything is player made in this game. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. That when you're like traveling through the lands and you're seeing bridges and you're seeing highways, you're seeing guard towers, you're seeing huge cities, they're all built by the players. Everything man-made is built by players here. Hello, Joe. Welcome on into the stream. Yeah, free to do whatever you want, Backstabs. That's right. And Backstabs, you've been looking for a new MMO. So you know what we'll do, guys? Just for Backstabs. So Backstabs, here's a question. Have you seen the Wurm trailer yet? We could just play the Wurm trailer here on the stream. We haven't played that in a long, long time. And I think it sort of gives a nice sort of summary of what you can do in this game. Oh, you played Entropia. I gave Entropia a little bit of a try many years ago. It reminded me a lot of Second Life, actually. Yes, it is a player-run economy. Yes, it is. And you love UO, Backstabs. I'm an old Ultima Online player myself. I played Ultima Online for 13 years. I started in 1999. And I'll tell you something here. I'm going to tell you something, okay? So I've played a lot of MMOs in my time. Some I stuck with for years. Some I just dabbled with for, you know, a few days or so or a couple of weeks. But I've pretty much like seen it all as far as MMOs goes. And this is the only MMO, apart from Ultima Online, that has managed to keep my interest for years and years and years. So the way that I found this game was because we were in Guild Wars 2 and I had a new guild member join our guild. And he was telling me, this new guild member, that, listen, you know, how are your rules on attendance? Like, if I'm not online for a few days, are you going to boot me out of the guild? And I said, no, we don't have any problems with that. You can be online or offline as much as you like, but why do you ask? And then he says, well, the reason is because actually Guild Wars 2 is not my main MMO. My main MMO is a game called Wurm. Wurm Online, and then we got into the whole conversation. He was an old Ultima Online fan, and then he introduced me to Wurm, and I had never heard of it before. And as soon as I came into this game, I knew my heart was immediately like, I pretty much quit Guild Wars 2 right then and there. I fell in love with this game immediately, and it really ticked. So the point with Ultima Online is that he told me that, like, you know, this and this and that, they're very similar to Ultima Online, and although of course this is a very different experience from UO, it ticks a lot of those similar like UO boxes. I have been searching and searching and searching and searching for an MMO since Ultima Online that would that would satiate, is that the word? That would feed me. That's not the right word I'm looking for, but I think you can get my meaning. That would like satisfy me since Ultima Online, and this has been that game for me. And you know, I tried Shroud of the Avatar. I backed it back in the day. I gave it a spin, and I was, oh man, I was not impressed at all. I was really actually, what's the word? Disappointed with what I saw there. I had been hoping so much that Shroud of the Avatar would be like, you know, an Ultima Online 2 in a way, just like a 3D one. But no, it didn't do anything for me at all. But this game I have been playing now for 7 years, and I can't ever really see myself stopping Wurm Online. Now, to be fair, Wurm is not a perfect game. It definitely has its flaws. But if you enjoyed Ultima Online, you're most likely going to enjoy this game quite a bit. And Donut misses UO, yes. And Backstabs, your dad got you into UO, nice. Yeah, I played UO with my sons back when I was still playing it. They did the PvP stuff and I did the building and crafting stuff. Yes, indeed, Shards, that's right. A lot of old UO players here in Wurm, that is for sure. And let me see what else we have in the chat before I go forward. And Stang asks, back when you played 12 years ago, there was a PvP server. Is that still a thing? Yes. Wurm still has PvP servers. Yes, it does. And actually, when the Steam launch happened a few months ago, they also opened up a new PvP server here on the new server set cluster. Let me just put those in there. Good. And I've just sort of been like doing this farming stuff brainlessly, guys. I haven't really been focusing, but it looks like I've been doing everything correctly. Did I? Oh, it looks like I think I planted onions by mistake here instead of cabbages. Oh, well, doesn't matter. And hello, Madnath. Did someone say worm alcohol? Yes, Madnath. I've never tried making any of the booze stuff in Wurm, and we're going to be doing that today. And I don't want to be farming these because I just want to get this done quickly. So let's just harvest. So Backstabs, I think most of us are all on different servers. I'm on Melody. Taiki is on Cadence, I believe it was. Yes, like Shard says, we're spread all over different servers. But you can... Here's the cool thing, Backstabs. Here's the cool thing. So, do you remember in Ultima Online, like when you wanted to sail in the seas? And if you reached the edge of the map, you just popped out from the left-hand side of the map, right? So if we just open the map here, if we were to imagine this would be Ultima Online's map, you would sail over here, and then you'd pop out from this end, right? Or else same from the top and the bottom. In Wurm, this is the super cool thing. In Wurm, when you sail over the server border, you go to another server and all of the servers look different. So they're all unique. Whereas in Ultima Online, of course, you couldn't visit other servers. You couldn't sail over to other servers. You had to create another character on another shard. Oh, Taiki is on Harmony. Cadence is the newest. She's on Melody right now. So you're in Harmony. So hold on. Satiate. Satiate is how you pronounce that. Thank you, Parser. And it was a perfect word for that context. And D. Jensen is not an old UO player, just old. And Madonath says, you won't spoil alcohol too much. You'll just say, conserve your sugar. It's the hardest crop, so use just one sugar in the booze making fill the space out with the easy crop stuff. So 1 sugar in the booze making. So, okay, well, I'll have to see. I'll keep that in mind, Madnath. But when you said fill the space out with the easy crop stuff, what do you mean by that, though? I do have a sugar beet crop over there, actually. Just a small one. And hey, guys, let's look at the... let me just see whether Backstab's answered that question about the trailer. I don't think... no, I don't think you did. So let's have a look at the trailer, guys. It's been a long time. We haven't looked at this thing for months now. So let me just start up here. And we'll put Wurm online trailer. And here, and we're gonna have to change the name to official trailer from the Steam launch. And let me just make sure that the settings are the quality. Let's go to the highest quality. Just open that up. Make sure. Oh, I think I have YouTube on mute, by the way. There. Okay, here we go. Okie dokie. So there you go. There you go, Backstabs. In case you hadn't seen that, I think that sort of gives a nice little compact idea of just how vast this game is, how deep it is, how much there is to do. And you were asking about the size of the map, so there was like I remember seeing this thing. Hold on. Let's just see if we can find this image. Game map sizes compared. There was this image somewhere about the sizes. Yes. Is it this one? Maybe it's a video actually. Hold on. I don't want to get like demonetized, so let me just turn off the sound for this. But let's just have a look here. I think this is the one, isn't it? And actually, let me just have this so it's not like full screen. Because there we go. Because I remember seeing this thing and thinking to myself that Wurm is a huge game in comparison. So let's see if there is Shroud of the Avatar. Now, Shroud of the Avatar was not in that thing. Landmass. Let's see if we can find the amount. Does anyone happen to know the landmass of Shroud of the Avatar? I'm not finding it, at least quickly. But yeah, but what I can say though, backstabs, is that there are so many, so it calculates all the land masses together, and there are so many huge servers, and that's just like the northern cluster. Then we go over here to the old servers, and there's so many of these put together that I have not, in the 7 years that I've played, I have not even seen all of the different areas in Wurm yet. That's how huge Wurm is. So let's see what you guys are saying here. And I saw a message from Zehtran. Hello, Zehtran. Welcome on into the stream. And you said you had been making your kitchen according to the one in the trailer, or you got some inspiration from that. Nice. And let's see. And Madnath, I saw the thing that you said about the potatoes. So just use 1 sugar and then use lots of potatoes. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Good to know. And yeah, indeed, making the sugar is quite a pain in the butt in this game for sure. How's my volume, by the way, for the actual game? Let's just amp that up a bit. There, that's better. Yes, Taiki. Yes, the character was just fighting a sea serpent in a rowboat. That's right. In the trailer, yes. And Fish Pickles, hello, welcome on into the stream. You're going to be making booze soon. Nice. So you're going to get into it, or have you been making it already and you're just going to make some more? Thank you so much for the host, Dreamt. Welcome on into the stream. Or you might be actually streaming at the same time. Dreamt has been doing a lot of streaming lately. He's been streaming like a beast out there. Du Jensen, that's yeah, Elite Dangerous, of course. That would be even more gigantic. Well, if we exclude the generated ones. Yeah, I agree, Shards. It's kind of silly to put those generated ones into that video, isn't it? I agree. Hello, Rixif. Welcome on into the stream. And Marunath, you don't think Wurm is fair to be called seamless, given that you've got to cross servers, which forces a new connection to open. Yeah, I guess. I guess it's true because you are loading a new like server there. That it's not, you're not just. But actually, you know what, Madnath? I had this experience. You know how like usually what happens is that it takes a moment to sort of load, and then you're plunked into the water and stuff. You know what happened to me a couple of weeks ago is I just sailed across the server border, and I don't know, I didn't get plunked into the water, and I just smoothly sailed over, and I don't know what the hell that was all about. I don't know how it was even possible for that to happen, but it happened. And it hasn't happened since though, so I don't know why it did that. And you wish we could make rare booze, says Madnath. Dreamt you're off for food, buying candy, and watching movie with your kids. Okay, you have a nice evening with your kids, Dreamt, and thanks again for that, host. And hello there, Twitch TV Wurm. Welcome on into the stream. Yes, sure, Twitch TV. What would you need? And Dreamt, you almost crafted 501 stone chisels for a guard tower in one session with your 6 alts and Swedish mafia. Nice. 501 stone chisels. I'm guessing you meant stone bricks, right? You wouldn't want to make 501 chisels. I think you meant that you chiseled 501 stone bricks. Yeah, that's probably what you meant. So Twitch TV asks, what's the chances of some grown tomatoes as you're starting out to make pizzas, but you're short of tomatoes, don't have any. So you need some tomatoes to get like a crop started, Twitch? I can send you some in the mail if you like. And then you can plant yourself a little crop. Madnath says, it's weird you mention you're crossing there. When you sail your main account over, you always get put in the water, always. Your priest on low settings, always in the boat without fail. Interesting. Hello, Ayla. Welcome on into the stream. And let's just put these ones away. And Twitch, yeah, I have some full-grown tomatoes I can send over. And then you can decide what you want to do with them, whether you want to use them immediately for your pizza, or if you want to, I would at least plant a few of them so you can turn them into seeds. Let's go send them over to you before I forget to do that, because I get really distracted during my streams, and then I'm supposed to do one thing and then I forget about it completely. So let's just get that out of the way. So how many do you think you would need, Twitch TV? And you don't have to pay me. No, I have tons of extra tomatoes. You have to get going, Shards Exile. Thank you so much for hanging out with us so far, and you have a good evening. And thank you so much for that those bits as well. Have a good evening. So let's see about our tomatoes. So guys, here's a question. Can you send over like a pouch of something so I don't have to send them separately to Twitch TV? Can you send them over? I think you can send them over like in a pouch or a backpack or something, right? Let me just see. I think I have, yes, in a pouch. You've used a satchel, Ayla? Okay. I think I have a satchel here somewhere. Let me just check. I think I should have one. If not, we can just make one. Or is it in my inventory right now? Nope. Viking, you have lots of satchels? Okay. Can I come grab one off you then? I'll come over there and get one from you. Oh, tomatoes, right. Yeah, I've got tons of tomatoes, Viking. Don't you worry about that. It's just that I want to send them over in a satchel. But let's just... Oh, hey. Here. I have one. So no worries. Let's just rename this. I wish you could put longer descriptions into things. So, let's see. So how many do you think you would need? Let's see if Twitch TV answered that question here. Yeah, so how many would you like? I guess, of course, you would like the more the better, but what would be your sort of bare minimum that you would need? I guess you need some for your pizzas, but then you also need some to plant, right? So do you think like 40? Let me see how many I can fit into here. Yeah. Do you think you can get started with 40 Twitch TV? I think that should be more than enough to get started. Plant yourself some crops, make some pizzas. Let's go over. So when you're making a pizza, you will have to make some passata. And if you are... I'm not sure if you're using the pizza generator thing on the Azure website or not. So are you using this thing? Hold on. Are you using this thing to make the pizza? Because a lot of times it will include like chopped tomatoes in the ingredients. Oh, you're reading it off the wiki page. I see. Okay. So this is really simple. Yeah, well, actually, it's even more simpler. Yeah, there's also, I think there's the... Yeah. Okay, never mind. What was I going to do? Oh, the mailbox. Yeah, I don't want to confuse you with like too many details here. So that sounds like a good start. So... And your in-game character, is it Twitch TV Wurm? Exactly. Is that exactly the way it's written in the game, Twitch TV? And Backstab has just started Wurm. Yes, nice. Oh, okay. Knobsmacker is your in-game name. Okay. And send. And that should be on its way to you, Twitch TV. No problem. So, what were we doing? We were harvesting the crops. Let's just go finish that off as well. So, I don't know, is Stu Jensen still sort of listening in there or not? had a question for him. But yeah, Backstabs, welcome to Wurm Online. Be prepared to lose your heart to this game. And here's something for you to know, Backstabs, is that I think the most important thing to know when you start Wurm is that actually, like, it's going to be really, really tedious. It's going to be really slow. It's going to be really grindy when you first start the game. But actually, Wurm works kind of different from other MMOs in that regard, that in other MMOs, things just get tougher and harder. But in Wurm, it generally is going to get nicer and easier and faster, and new things are going to open up to you. Well, that's common from other MMOs, that, you know, as you gain, you know, as you level up your skills, new like skills and things, or like spells open up, and abilities and recipes. That is the same as in Wurm, of course, but unlike other MMOs where things just get tougher to do, in Wurm it actually gets easier to do stuff because your skills go up. Just like in Ultima Online, the skill system is almost identical to Ultima Online. The only difference being is that we don't have a skill cap here of 700. You can literally do all the skills with one character if you like. And hello there, oh Thought Crime. Don't go worming my heart. Welcome on into the stream, oh Thought Crime. Or I'll just call you Thought Crime. I'm assuming those little zeros or O's or whatever they are just like sort of decorational on the edges of your name there. Yeah, Madnath, that's true. Yeah, things get so much easier when you can finally ride a horse or go around on a cart. It's pretty tedious before that, when you have to carry everything and walk around, and you're like, you don't have enough strength to like carry so much stuff, and you're just walking really slowly. It's so tedious in the beginning, but then it just gets better and better. Oh, do you hear that music, Backstabs? Do you recognize the music? What was I gonna say? I forget now. And it looks like there's a new foal here. Let's just check the traits on this thing. Nothing too special, I'm afraid. Oh yeah, Backstab is definitely going to have to learn about Wurmpedia, that is for sure. So Backstab's Wurmpedia is going to be your Bible to playing Wurm, or your encyclopedia rather. You're going to find all the information you need there. And if you, here's something, so if Taiki doesn't happen to be online, and you can't find the information, if you cannot find the information from the Wurmpedia, you can go to your chat. There is something called CA Help, and there are volunteers answering questions around the clock. So you can ask any dumb question you have here, and you'll get answers from people. And if there's not one of the community assistants online, the other players will then respond as well. Let's see. Cucumber. And then let's just harvest that one as well. I think that's the last one from the cucumber patch. Man, I can hardly wait until all of this is enchanted grass and then I don't have to do this harvesting stuff all the time. Is that a new foal over there? I think so. Oh, there's a couple of new foals. We'll have to check the stats on those. I'm starting to think that this is actually taking longer than I expected it to. But should we just move on to the alcohol stuff? So, well, in the very least, let's do this while she's harvesting. Let's sort of check on what we're going to be doing today. So I sort of looked at Wurmpedia at whatever information I could find, and the wine making seemed... So here's a question, guys. I want to know about decay of alcohol from you guys. So... is it so that things like wines will decay in your inventory, but then spirits such as gin or vodka will not? Because I've, you know, with Milena, she has the orange gin in her inventory, and it has not decayed in all of these years that she has had it there. But I noticed that, for instance, cider did decay in my inventory. So is there a difference with the behavior of the decay of different spirits in Wurm? So spirits don't decay, says Maternath. Wines won't. Only age when in sealed wine barrel. Brewed things do decay and won't age also. Right. So that sounds like wine would be the way to go if it doesn't decay, and then you can just make the quality go up and up and up as you... So here, Maternath, can you do it so that like that you unseal the keg, you grab a little bit of wine and then you seal it up again and then let it age some more? Or does it interrupt the aging process if you unseal it at some point? And Joe says that the new Elite Odyssey gameplay reveal trailer is amazing. So Joe, have they come out with like a new one, or are you talking about the one that they released a few months ago? But yeah, it is amazing. I've seen a couple of trailers now, and I am going to be playing the hell out of Odyssey when it comes out. The hell out of it. There's a new one. Oh, really? Should we have a look at that? Do you have a link, Handy Viking, that you can link for us? So Parser says, decay ticks for fermenting alcohol become imping ticks. The quality goes up. That's so cool. The music is copyright for sure. Are you sure though, Joe? Because actually the Elite soundtrack does not cause a copyright strike. I have Elite soundtrack songs actually here in my playlist. I think most games, but of course it could be that for the video, they might be using a different soundtrack for that, other than instead of like the in-game music. The song is an epic song. Well, I'll tell you what we can do is I can see whether it causes a copyright strike, and then I'll just edit it out if it does. So let's watch this thing. I want to see this new one. So guys, bear with us. This, of course, is going out of Wurm Online for a moment, but many of us do play Elite Dangerous as well. So let's just have a look at this thing. they were talking about before. Yeah, we'll definitely have to. Thankfully, Twitch has these sort of simple editing tools. So when I save the VOD and make a highlight of it, I will just edit that out then. But yeah, looks cool. Looks cool. Really, really looking forward to playing that. So yeah, exciting. Let me just see the rest of these pumpkins here. Hello, Force Chuckle. Welcome on into the stream. Don't get you started on like on how cool it's gonna be. And hello, Creepy Finger Guns. Yeah, so the way Twitch works, Creepy, is that it will just simply block out in the VOD. It usually has this kind of system that it will mute those bits that have like copyrighted music. But I can also, when I save the highlight, I can edit that bit out as well, and it'll be just fine when it goes over to YouTube. I've been able to do that before. Lots and lots of juicy little pumpkins. So Madernath says that wine is not as easy to mass produce as vodka or moonshine. Okay. That's good to know. And thank you so much for the follow, First Chuckle. And you can reseal it and it'll continue to age. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it sounds like wine is the way to go. Okay, here's another question for you, Madernath, since you know about this stuff. Of course, there are the grape bushes, but then there's the grape trellises as well, which you can, of course, plant. Was it up to 3 per tile of the grape trellises? So it feels like grape trellises are the way to go, since you can fit so many more per tile. But here's the question. Grape trellises, could you plant those? Will those grow? I mean, this is really like a noob question here, but could you plant the grape trellises underground and they would grow just as well underground? Because I was just thinking to myself, it would be sort of handy to have everything in the same area, you know, have the whole like winemaking like station underground, including the grape trellises. And so Force Chuckle, do you play Wurm as well? Or how did you end up here on my stream? So, as far as you know, Madernath, yes, just make sure to plant them. Yes, I read about that on the wiki, that they don't grow in, like they're not like active growing trellises unless you actually plant them. Yeah. And hello, Wolfmare. And you cannot plant trellises in cave. At least can't plant hop trellises in caves. Oh, I see. Okay. So we're just gonna... Well, we can try it and see what happens. But if it doesn't work, we'll just have to plant them outside then. Oh, I see, Force Chuckle. So it was in the recommended channels. You've never played Wurm. Oh, I see. So, Force Chuckles, what games do you play? Are you an MMO player as well? Or why do you reckon it recommended this stream to you? Do you play any Sandbox MMOs by any chance? And Madernath says, wine also depends on 2 harvest seasons, maple and grape. Anything else is just mass-produced, used farming items, so it's much easier to make vodka, moonshine, whiskey. Oh, I see. Okay, let me just read through this again. Wine also depends on 2 harvest seasons. Okay, so that's kind of a pain in the butt, that you're kind of like, you would be dependent on those. Oh, and we lost Cats. Hold on. There she goes. So yeah, because of course you would be dependent on waiting for those seasons to come up. And you'd be waiting around all year, like all the worm year long. But anything else is just mass-produced using farmed items, so it's much easier to make vodka, moonshine, whiskey. But those, is it so that the spirits, such as vodka, moonshine, and whiskey, do those age like wine does, though? And so, Force Chuckles, you used to play MMOs, you're recovering at the moment. So when you say recovering, do you mean recovering from MMO addiction, or recovering as in that you were sick in real life and that you can't play right now any MMOs? Or which one did you mean? And you saw me planting stuff and it reminded you of Arcage. Yeah, Arcage. I gave that a little bit of a dabble as well. I'm not so much into the Asian made MMOs so much because they have their own kind of like. I don't like the UIs so much in the Asian ones. There's lots of this little tiny like messy stuff in the UIs. I like the more clear UIs that you can find in MMOs made in the Western countries, but and also the characters also tend, well, not so much in Arcage. It was kind of a problem in Black Desert Online that the characters always have this kind of, there's a little bit of a like anime feeling to the characters. I don't remember that problem being in Arcage, to be honest. Is this baby a good one? Oh, that's relatively good, horsey, yeah. We'll just take her over to her correct pen. She should be over there, but she was born from one of these black horses. There's a white one as well. What traits does that one have? Oh, it's a pretty good one as well. We'll take that one over there as well. Now, let's just put these pumpkins away. And cucumbers. And some more babies over here also. So, so in this game, Force Chuckles, or Force Chuckle rather, you can breed animals, and they have kind of like a DNA kind of system. So animals have traits that pass on to their offspring, and the different colors as well that also pass on. And I'm breeding, as you can see, I'm breeding horses here, which I actually sell to players in the game. This one is, I'm not sure what I'll do with it. It has a bad trait. I think I'm just going to kill it off. Unfortunately, you guys, look away if you can't stand watching horses being killed off. And you got a horse named Fast Fast Creepy. Nice. Yeah, I'm trying to. I haven't gotten my first molten hell horse yet. All the other colors I have so far, but not the molten. I'm really, really waiting for a molten baby. So the molten hell horses, they're sort of like the ebony black horses. So they have like the plus 2.5% speed bonus. Parser. I made the warning and then I just immediately killed the baby. And Taiki had a foal called Flea Hall this morning. Let's see what else we have here. And let me just go back. I'm looking at the chat about the booze making here. And so Viking, you were saying that the booze does get better in a house in underground wine barrels. Okay, so even in the case of like moonshine and whiskey and stuff like that. Okay. Let me see what else you guys have here. So Force Chuckles asks, so if you breed 2 Arabians, what do you get? Well, unfortunately, Wurm does not have horse breeds. They're all using the same mesh model. There's only different colors, I'm afraid. But if you were to breed 2 horse colors together, so the different colors have a different sort of chance of success in the breeding. There are rarer colors which are really hard to get, like for instance, these ones are pretty hard to get, all of these colors, but these little babies here, like I got these babies from these horses, and the reason is because the color is like has a stronger like it's a larger percentage to get one of these colors. They're more common. But if you, for the most part though, if you breed two horses of the same color, most of the time you will get offspring that is the same color. But if you breed this horse with one of these easy horses, most times the easy horse color is going to win in the sort of RNG, you know? Parser, I said Arabian correctly, didn't I? And Joe asks, can I get another color from 2 gray horses? Yes. The reason, because the gray horses actually don't have, technically, they don't have a trait at all. They, so what happens is that the game sort of just divvies from all of the horse colors, and whichever color like pops through. Yeah, they don't actually have a trait. They're like empty slate. And we got a little black one as well. Let's see. Oh, that's a pretty bad one. We're gonna just kill this one off as well. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, I gotcha, Parser, right. So you were answering what you get when you breed 2 Arabians, and now I see it. Arabian. And Marunath says, I do think aging of spirits stops after a while. You've had vodka with all 4 aging conditions met, and it's not moved past 91 for the last year. I see. But still cool to know that it does like age and the quality goes up. That's cool. Because that was going to be the main reason I was going to make wine, actually, is just because of the whole aging and quality thing. But if that happens for the spirits as well, might as well just make those if, like you say, then you don't have to be dependent on the seasons. And Buzzkill, why can't you give it away to a noob? Well, Buzzkill, I get so many like bad horses all the time that that if I were to be constantly giving them away to noobs, because I have to kill off the bad ones every day, so like doing that 1 or 2 times is fine, but then it would start to be quite a hassle to try and find like people to give them to. So you know, it's just easier to just get rid of the, and besides I use the horses' hides for leather working, so I need the resources from those as well, you know? And Joe loves all his horses. And Madranath says, you have the feeling that the oak wine barrel is the biggest boost for it. Okay, I see. Parser says the SPCVA will be in touch. And guys, those foals had bad traits. Oh, we got a baby ebony black, guys. A baby ebony black. So this is the fastest horse in the game. So let's just see what traits it has. Fleeter movement than normal, tough bugger, carry more than average, strong leg muscles, has certain spark in its eyes. This one we are absolutely keeping, even though it does have tough bugger. A tough bugger is a good trait for those who don't know. It's just not a trait that I'm interested in. I just want the speed traits. But we can still use it for breeding. It's good enough for the breeding, I think. It's not perfect, but good enough. And Dreamt, you actually made 500 stone chisels. So how come you made 500 stone chisels? So hold on, you're saying that you never crafted a brick in your life, so you thought it was a one-on-one ratio with one stone chisel for every stone shard to make one stone brick. You had the feeling, and now it got, you just got it confirmed. 500 worm hours and still a noob. Oh, right. Yeah, you only need one stone chisel, and then you can make all the bricks you want from that. Oh, poor Dreamt. Well, at least you got your blacksmithing skill up a bit, right? But that's a lot of stone chisels. And if you need to get rid of them, you can make yourself a trash heap and then just put them in there if you want to get them like decayed quickly. And hello there, Arzea. Welcome on into the stream. Well, the problem, Arzea, with a free horse's pen is, look at this, guys. This is the problem that I have. So if we look at the horse ratio right now, the tile per creature ratio of this deed is 15.6. Optimal is 15 or more. If it goes under 15, guys, my horses are going to start dying. So that is another reason I just don't have the time to. I can't keep the bad traded ones because my ratio is going to go under 15. And I can't afford to like wait around for, you know, making you know, deals with people that to give them away either. It would just be too much of a hassle. And no rares for Dreamt. Aww. Oh yeah, the smelting pot. That's a good point, guys. Get some of that ore back. Or the lump back. Very true. I tried to use a smelting pot, guys. I made a smelting pot during some of the first days, and I was having real problems. Like, I'd used it before over on Xanadu. I don't know why I didn't get it to work so well. So, Buzzkill, the problem with releasing them into the wild is that take into consideration that first of all, new players who find a wild horse just swimming out here or just walking around, they would not have the animal husbandry to see that it's a bad traded one, right? So they're going to have a horse that might get unattached from its cart, that might eat the grass really quickly, that might have a hindrance in its walking. Second problem is that each of these animals takes an animal slot from the server. So if you have a lot of animals out there that are completely useless, so here's the point, that when I kill off one of these horses, that means an animal is going to spawn somewhere in the world that could be actually useful for somebody. You know, that means more mobs to kill out there and so forth. So what are you showing? Why can't I hold all these limes? And that should be like stone chisels for dreamt. Oh. So you guys say, would you rather that there are like bad traded horses roaming around that are going to be just like sort of bad news for players who can't recognize them, uh, or would you rather have more mobs to kill out there? You got your first black silver tuxie. Excellent. Congratulations. Very, very nice. We're almost done here, guys. Oh, God, this is taking longer than I thought it was going to take. And we've been streaming already for almost 2 hours. Well, we've been chatting about a whole bunch of stuff as well. We've been getting quite distracted today. And you feel the same, Taiki, and you killed them off for the same reasons, yeah. Yeah, Parser, I tried to follow the instructions in the Wurmpedia, and I swear, like, I got it to work on Xanadu. I don't know why it wasn't working for me here. And I think my smelting pot has actually already decayed, so I can't even try now. So we still have this one and that one to do, and then we're going to be done. We can start with the alcohol stuff. So to make the spirits, I'm going to have to make one of those, whatchamacallits, the stills, right? And that's made from copper. So I might have some copper in my inventory. If we don't, we'll go and just mine some out. Oh, I started planting oats. Meant to plant strawberries here. Doesn't really matter though. This is all eventually going to be enchanted grass. So Force Chuckle, as you've sort of found your way mysteriously here into my stream and saw me doing this thing that sort of reminded you of Arcade, has Wurm Online piqued your interest at all? And do you have any questions you'd like to ask about the game? Because I would be, and I think most people here in the chat as well, would be very, very happy to answer your questions. We have another new baby over here. Strong body, carry more than average, looks unmotivated, constantly hungry, unusually strong and healthy. This is going to the chopping block as well, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know it's painful. Hello, Northless. Welcome on into the stream. It's been a long time. How have you been, Northless? I don't think I've seen you here for a long time now. What have you been up to? Parser says the only time you've seen the smelter not work is when the things to be smelted weren't hot enough yet. Yeah, I waited and I waited and I waited and I waited. But yeah, they didn't work. So maybe I was just doing something wrong. I don't know. Trellis needs gardening skill at 20. I think I have that, but I guess I'm not going to have to make the trellis if I'm making something like vodka from potatoes, right? I don't think I'll bother with... I'll just do the easiest thing to do, which I guess it was potatoes for vodka, right? And Northless, you're always here lurking. You're good though? My voice is always so soothing. Aw. And so, Force Chuckle, you had a question. How many zones, level cap, classes? So first of all, here's a question for you, Force Chuckle. Before I answer your question, is that have you ever played Ultima Online? Or else Legends of Aria? Either of those two. And as far as the zones, so the map, you know how in other games such as World of Warcraft, there are these zones, and then as you're leveling up and you're doing quests, you sort of progress onto the harder zones that have harder mobs. Wurm doesn't work like that at all. Instead of zones, we have various servers which can be traveled between just by sailing on a sailing boat. You can cross the server border over into other servers. And there are no zones. All of the mobs, be they easy mobs or hard mobs, they're walking around randomly. They are not stuck to a spawning point. Instead, they wander around the world. You can literally kite a mob from one side of the server all the way to the other side of the server, and it will stay there. They do not rubber band back to their spawn points at all. And they're all just jumbled together. So there aren't like easy and harder like zones at all. So you have not played either of Ultima Online or Legends of Aria. The reason I asked that is because I was going to talk about the skill system. So in other MMOs, of course, you level up your character from say 0 to 100 or 0 to 80 or whatever. Wurm does not work like that. There's no leveling up of your character. There's no number like that. Instead, the game has a huge amount of skills that go up. So you can, I'm just showing this list here. Let me just make the UI a little bit larger here. So you can actually read this stuff. Let's just make it pretty large like so. And then let's just have a look through these skills here so you can get an idea of all the things you can do in Wurm. There's some pretty crazy skills as well. And the skills, they start when your character first starts on their first day. All of the skills are 1. So for instance, short sword and two-handed sword, I have not done anything with these skills. And as you're doing stuff in the game, let's say you have built yourself a house, you know, things like carpentry are going to go up. Your carpentry skills are going to... Oh, I already have it 76 out of 100, by the way. So yeah, if I didn't say so, they end at 100. I think I did. And then let's just say that I have to go and mine for some ore. My mining skill will go up. And then as I'm blacksmithing myself a sword, my smithing skill will go up and my weaponsmithing skill will go up. Probably my bladesmithing as I'm making a blade for the sword. As I'm breeding horses, my animal husbandry skill is going to go up. So the skills just go up naturally as you're playing the game. Some people love to grind the skills. Personally, my take on it is that I recommend just playing the game, letting your skills go up. Like, do stuff that you need to do, and your skills are just going to go up naturally. Now, of course, there are some things, you know, obviously, the higher your skill, the more things open up to you. For instance, with carpentry, you are not able to make the fanciest furniture without high, fine carpentry. So, you know, there are some things in the game that you would probably want to grind for to be able to get to do. So, for instance, being able to, if you wanted to ride a horse, you would have to have, I think it was a 21 body control. So that was something I definitely grinded for because I wanted to be able to ride a horse. But yeah, just looking at the skills just once more. So if we just very slowly go through this list, just to give you an idea, give you a chance to sort of read through all these skills that the game has. And here's the thing is that you're one character. In other MMOs, if you want to have like a tanky character and then you want to have an animal tamer, usually you have to have 2 different characters for that. But in Wurm, actually, you can do all the skills with one character. The only exception being the priest is kind of a special case. The priest is kind of equivalent to a mage in other games. And that has kind of its own, like, it has its own little system. But yeah, let's just go back to a smaller UI. And let me just check your question once more. There was something else you were also asking there. Let's see, where was it again? Oh yes, how many zones, level cap, and classes. Yeah, and as far as caps go, you can play the game for free, and you can do a lot of things in the game. You can build yourself a house, you can sail, or you can use a rowboat, you can ride a cow, but your skills will be capped at 20, and if you want to take your skills over 20, then you would have to pay for a sub. And once your skills go over 20, then like new possibilities will open up to you, being able to make larger houses, being able to sail the larger ships, being able to ride the horses and stuff like that. Let me just see what else you guys are saying here. But yeah, again, Tuxie, congratulations on that black silver. It's such a pretty color, isn't it? It's one of my favorites. And I should, do I have some tar in my inventory? I thought I had some tar. Let's just check here. Tar. Nope, I don't. I wanted to put my lantern on, but we're almost done. We'll just finish off this last... that's actually wheat growing there. Just finish off this last section here, and then we'll get down to planning out our booze making business. We'll probably start off... Well, first we have to decide where we're going to do it. Well, we should probably do it underground regardless. Just so that I get a little bit more space to work with, because my house is so crammed full of everything. It's just a tiny little temporary house for now. And also for those of you who are new to the game, of course, we have Taiki's friend, but then, of course, Force Chuckle has not seen, like, what we're looking at right now, guys. It looks really, really ugly. And this is my bit of land, and this is not a true representation of how pretty your land can look. So this place is eventually going to look like this. Hold on. I'm going to be building this city on this bit of land, and the reason that it looks so ugly right now is because this is just all temporary, and you can see these like terraformed bits of land. So you can terraform the height of the land in this game. So this has all been terraformed by me, and these blocks here are going to be the blocks you see here that these buildings are sitting on. Let me see if there's a good... So you see this bit of sand and this bit of sand? This is the canal, going to be this canal in the future. So yeah, it doesn't like normally look this ugly as what you can see here. This is just all temporary. And Matternath, you're so close to 100 repair. You're going to get some fireworks ready. Oh my gosh, what's the number at now, Matternath? I know you've been literally working on that skill for years now. No need for alts force unless you want to have a priest. The thing with the priest is that, in other words, the mage, is that it cannot use certain skills, whereas your normal character cannot use the priest skills. So they're kind of like, that's why it's kind of like a special case. But other than the priest-related skills, which there's only a few of, all the other skills you can use. And Matternath, your take has always been to grind 21 body control, then figure out yourself if you're a grinder or someone passively working on things to get better. Yeah, that 21 body control is essential, isn't it? And I keep planting the wrong crops here. I should be planting rye instead of wheat. Yeah, let me just show a couple of more nice, couple of other nice screenshots. So this is a view from nighttime. So at nighttime, especially, it's going to look very, very pretty. And there's a couple of views from eating at a restaurant here. There's also a nice view. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy cool once we get that finished. Now here's the thing though, that like projects like that literally take years to do. I mean, you know, you yourself define, like if we're talking about the difference to other MMOs, in other MMOs you have quests. So it is the game designers of the game that have sort of planned out your journey in the game. Of course, in a lot of MMOs, you can decide what starting areas you want to start at, what what race your character is. That sort of usually defines the starting area. But in Wurm, this is a game where there are not quests like that. Instead, you yourself have to invent what you want to do. You're the one that designs your goals in the game versus a game designer. Wurm merely provides you with all the tools, all the bits and pieces that you need to work with. So when this server, for instance, first was born, there was nothing man-made on the entire server except the starting town. Everything you would see in the game that has like a house or a ship or a tower or a bridge or a highway, those will all be made by players. So what could that goal be, for instance? Like in my case, my goal is to make that huge city together with our alliance members. For somebody else, their goal could be to make a highway system connecting all of the different settlements all throughout the server. There's a lot of people who completely focus on making highway systems and tunneling through the mountains. You can literally tunnel through the mountains, and you can make canals that ships can sail through mountains as well. So they like to focus on that. Somebody might want to be, breed the fastest horses in the server and sell them to players. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Force Chuckle. Wow. Thank you so much for that sub. It sounds like you might be interested in watching Wurm streams in the future as well. Right now, like I'm only like what I mostly stream is Sandbox MMOs, but I have admittedly only been streaming Wurm for these past months. Last year I was streaming a little bit of Red Dead Redemption 2 and Elite Dangerous, and actually when Elite Dangerous comes out with their new expansion Odyssey at the beginning of next year, I'm going to be streaming the heck out of that one. But for now, it's been mainly Wurm. Now, Wurm is always in my palette of streaming games for sure. I always stream Wurm like at least once a week. But yeah, this has been my main focus after the Steam launch that happened a few months ago. But yeah, thank you so much for that. Aw, that's so sweet of you to say. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream. And Matternath, you said your repair skill is now 99.999786. Oh my gosh, Matternath. It is so close now. And I know how hard you've been working on that. So for those who don't know, your repair skill, so whenever you're repairing items, your skill goes up with repairing, and the higher your repair skill, the less damage you will, or the less quality, the less the quality of the item is going to go down when you repair it. So I think I've asked you this before, Matternath, but I can't remember your response. So now when you repair stuff at at that skill level, are you literally causing any quality loss at all when you're repairing things anymore? And Marinas says one big difference is that the priests, in other words, I should not call them mages, I should just call them spellcasters, shouldn't I? They cannot, you're saying that one of the big differences is that they cannot improve items, yeah. Oh, here's another difference, Forced Chuckle, from other MMOs, which I think is just crazy cool about Wurm, is that, you know how when you're using the crafting skills in other MMOs, so let's say you have to grind your skill in leatherworking to be able to, you know, get better like leather armor and stuff. So the way that you would grind that, and by the way, guys, we just finished harvesting all the crops, thank goodness. So now we can move on to the alcohol stuff. But anyhow, yeah, in other MMOs, to grind up your leatherworking skill, you would have to say, oh, I don't know, craft like 50 leather gloves or 50 boots or something like that, right? And then you end up with this huge surplus of all of these extra gloves and boots that you usually just sell off to an NPC or something like that. But it kind of feels, I don't know, it's not so nice in my opinion, because it's boring to just be crafting those same items over and over and over again. And so the way that Wurm works, let's just drop off this white one over here. The way Wurm works is you can, if you want to, you can craft a million gazillion of some type of item. However, your skill, it will go up a little bit, but it actually doesn't go up so much from the actual crafting, like creation process. Instead, in Wurm, there's a concept called improving. So once your item has been built, you can start polishing it, adding more materials to it, filing it, sharpening it. Depends on what the item is. Different items use different like improvement tools and materials, and that is the best way to get your skill up. Now, what's so cool about that is that you could start off on your first day in Wurm, and you could craft yourself your very first sword, and your sword is going to be like a crappy one quality sword that breaks really easily, that doesn't do very much damage. And you could name your sword. You can actually name items in this game. You could name anything. I could just name this well if I wanted to. Rename Saf's Well. And now it's called Saf's Well. You could name your first sword that you make, you know, my first sword, whatever it would be, right? And then years down the line, as you have lived your life with that sword, and you've journeyed with that sword, and you've taken it with you on all your expeditions, fighting mobs out there in the wild, and you've had to repair it and improve it and repair it and improve it over the years, you could be in a situation 5 years down the line where your sword is one of the best in the game, that same sword that you started out with on the first day, and by that time it might be a 99 quality sword that has a whole bunch of enchantments on it, and it might have turned rare or exceptional in that time, and it might be a glowing sword by then. And I think that's so cool that you can sort of fall in love with your items that you create and go on the life journey with them. And as you improve in the game, your items improve as well, and they're your trusty comrades throughout your Wurm life. I think that's such a cool element of Wurm. And also, like with the improving, they also have events, and there's actually an event right now going on, and they call them impalongs. Impalong from the word improve, because what happens at these events is that veteran players who are able to improve items to very high quality, they will come there and they will improve newbie player characters like items for free to very high quality. So The veterans get skill gain from that, and then the newbies get really nice high quality items. And there's an event like that going on right now over on the server of Xanadu, in fact. Very, very cool events indeed. Let's just put this corpse. I better drop it here. Now this is my little cramped temporary house, so don't pay any attention to how cramped everything is, because this is all going to be torn down one day. This is all going to be surface mined down into the water. None of this is going to exist in the future. This is all just temporary. But we're going to be using this for years to come still, until we get the whole thing surface mined and terraformed. So let's see. We are going to start off, I guess, with making a still. So if we look here at the, let's just look here, machines, still. A still is used for distillation, is that the way to pronounce it, of undistilled liquids into final drinks, used in creating distilled alcoholic beverages. So this requires, do I have copper? Let's see. And I should, let me get myself a little bit of tar so I can actually turn on my my lamp, so we're not in the darkness all the time. Let's grab a piece of tar, and just, oh, what am I doing? We gotta put that to our lantern. Fill, then light up the lantern. There, that's better. Yeah, do I have copper? That's the question. Let's see. Copper lumps, 3. Do I have any here? No copper there. What about here? 35 copper lumps over here. Now, how much does this need? So activate a hot copper sheet. How many kilograms does this use? 6 kilograms. And I've got 35 kilograms, I think, here, don't I? 35 kilograms. Okay, let's heat up the old forge and stick those lumps in there then. So we're going to need a kindling to light up the forge. Kindling. And then we're going to need wood scrap. Oh, here's another difference from other MMOs as well. So in other MMOs, one of your main causes of anxiety and stress is that you're always running out of inventory space all the time. It's this constant battle because all of the slots of your pouches and your backpacks and your bank, they have filled up with items, and then you have to expand, you have to get more bags or expand your inventory space. In Wurm, inventory is a non-issue. It literally has no significance whatsoever. So as you can see, for instance, you can, like on my deed here, I probably have millions of items by now. Well, I don't know about millions, probably hundreds of thousands of items. All of these bulk storage bins, for instance, if we just look here, if we look at the volume, like the amounts. So for instance, I have, the amount here. So I have 399 stone bricks, 299 hides, 88 piles of wool, and that's nothing. Like if I look at, for instance, one of these where I have my stone shards, that's a bad example. Let's look at one of the ones here that has the larger crates. Let's see. Okay, here's a good one. So this crate rack has 30 large crates. Each large crate has 300 stone shards. And I have a whole bunch of these crate racks here. So you can literally, and then if we look at the food storage, for instance, here, volume, I've got 306 pumpkins, 309 corns, 1,067 tomatoes, and so forth. So the storage, there is a limited amount of items you can have on your person, but as far as your storage goes, your storage ends where you decide that you can't bother making any more storage items such as bulk storage bins or crates. So you can just make more and more as your storage starts to fill up. You just make more crates and bulk storage bins to stuff the things into. As far as tools and so forth, just make more chests to save those in. So yeah, inventory is absolutely no kind of problem in this game, which is really cool. So let's stick those copper lumps here into the forge. They're going to start warming up here. There they are. And did I think I fueled my forge, didn't I? You fuel the forge with some wood scrap. Good. Now, do we have any copper over here? Let's have a look here. No copper there. So I have my my materials sort of organized as in quality. There's 4 copper lumps. Let's just grab those ones as well for improving. There's no copper there. What about this one? Copper. No copper there either. We might have to go and mine some more from the cave, but for now, let's just stick these here. And it's been a while since I've sort of caught up with you guys in the chat, so let me just see what you guys are saying here. While I grab a little sip of water. So Matternath, about with your skill level when you're repairing stuff, it depends on the item on whether there's quality loss, but usually the quality loss is very tiny. Your Addy weapons are barely tickled still. And Force Chuckle, you always thought that an inductive type approach would be better as far as crafting goes. And Matternath, it's funny how possible that is with improving stuff. Even though your forge isn't the one you started with, you now have one of the best forges in the game, if not the single best, and you feel such attachment to it. It feels special to you. I know, Matternath, exactly. I definitely grow attachment to my items as well. And as I think some of you might remember, when I started this new character here on Melody, like when the Steam launch came, I made sure to name. This is a thing that I didn't realize to do when I started my life with Milena 7 years ago. She never named her first items, but I've named them here. So this carving knife, I've called it Saf's Pumpkin Carver, and she's been using this one same carving knife from the beginning, and I've just been improving it over time. It's now at 25 quality. I can, but it's actually a weapon, so it's going to be harder to improve. But yeah, in a few years' time, it might be much, much higher quality. Well, it should be by then. And Parser is my little house a model to my apartment? No. I know my apartment is pretty small, Parser, but it's not quite that small. Hello there, Rogue Uno. Welcome on into the stream. Nice to have you join us here. And distillation was pronounced perfectly, says Parser. And Matternath says, don't rush the still. Your alcohol must ferment first, which is a days-long process. Oh, I see. So hold on. Let me just see what you guys are saying here. So Matternath says, get your wine barrels first and foremost. Remember to make them oak if you can. Okay, so Matternath, but this. So what's the role of the still then? I thought that's where you have to sort of boil your alcohol. Interesting. And you got your tomatoes? Excellent, Twitch TV. Good, good. Hello, Rickamere. Welcome on into the stream. Good to see you back. I know, Donut. Yes, Wurm is a hoarder's dream. Yes. And Maternath, you never forget Retro's face when he saw you transferred the rarity onto the forge. So what is your forge, Maternath? What's the special thing about it? Is it like a superior one or something like that? And really high quality, or what makes it so special? And Tuxie, you still have a few things saved from when you first started. You've renamed them Tuxie's Antique. I like it. I like it. So, okay, let me just read this thing about the still then. Or, yeah, hold on. So, what I don't understand is that it's used in creating distilled alcoholic beverages. So is it you're supposed to keep them first? Okay, let me see what you're saying, Maternath. So when you create the alcohol, says Maternath, it's in an unfermented state. You must first ferment it before you can do anything with it. I see. To ferment it, put it in a wine barrel, activate a wood scrap from a non-fruit tree, and create the item. Oh yes, wasn't it so that if it's from a fruit tree, from what I read from Wurmpedia, it turns it into vinegar, right? So you don't want a fruit tree. And Rickamere asks, do you want to stream Cyberpunk? You tried other streamers, but you can't fall asleep under them. So Rickamere, my son was, I've been watching the trailer for Cyberpunk and watching some footage of it. And I've been reading some reviews about it as well. My son is pretty excited about it. I've seen mixed reviews though, so I'm sort of still waiting to see what people say. I don't know. Are any of you playing Cyberpunk, and what do you guys think about it? And apparently it has quite a lot of sexual stuff and some pretty, like, some stuff that you could not really show, like, on a family-friendly stream. So, I don't know. Oh, let's have a look at your forge, Maternath. Fantastic stone forge, Sonic Boom. I love that you've also dyed it blue as well, and it's all nice and glowy. That looks very handsome, Maternath. I love the contrast of the orange flames and the deep bluish kind of purple color of it. Very, very nice. Very fancy. So Joe, you like cyberpunk? Calling dark cats, says Parser. Okay, so the still we don't have to make yet. So we should start off with the wine barrels. Okay, let's start off with those then. I should probably drink up and also take some affinity foods for carpentry and fine carpentry. So let's just go eat some of those. Let's see. Fine carpentry. Let's put a couple of hours of fine carpentry on there. Okay, and then also carpentry, which is over here. Okay, that should be more than enough. Yeah, I think that'll do just fine. Okie dokie. And then let's check what the recipe is for... Oh, I should eat some filler food as well. How is my... oh, those are all doing just fine. the calories, carbs, fats, and proteins. So I can just eat like crappy filler food. Just random training food. So Rick and Mary, you're attracted to the cyberpunk atmosphere. You also have an amazingly clear pronunciation. The others mumble in comparison to me. Oh man, that must be annoying though sometimes. I know I do. What was the word? Enunciate? Like really clearly, but that can also probably sound kind of annoying sometimes. And Joe says, make a Bordeaux or a Chateau. Well, we're gonna actually, I'm not gonna be making wine though, Joe. I'm gonna actually be making, we're just gonna be making some vodka or something like that. Easy, I think. What did I need to do? Oh yes, I did fill my tummy. Now, let's check the recipe for, let's just shut that and check the recipe for wine barrels. So small nails, plank, and ribbon. I think I have all of those materials. Got some planks. Oh, it should be oak wood. Oak wood, oak wood, oak wood. Okay, I'm gonna have to chop down one of my oak trees, I'm afraid. Let's go and see. Let's go and see if there's a nice old one, like a very old one, that would yield a lot of wood. That one is mature. Kind of painful to chop one of these down, but what can you do? That's old. Is there any very old one? I should make an oak tree nursery somewhere. That one actually has a sprout. Let's just pick the sprout. And if there's still some new people to Wurm in the stream, what's really cool about Wurm as well is that all the vegetation, the tile types can be changed, vegetation can be planted. So I just picked a sprout off that oak tree. There's another sprout. And I can plant a new oak tree somewhere. These are like really huge trees. And Tuxie, you keep hearing about the cyberpunk game. What's the big deal about it? You feel you're missing something. Well, apparently, I guess just that it's a very beautiful game created by the same makers that made the Witcher series. So that's probably part of the hype. It's like visually, it's really gorgeous. It's sort of like a GTA, but like a futuristic. Think of what was that movie again? With Harrison Ford. God, it's on the tip of my tongue. Blade Runner, yeah. So think of like GTA, but a Blade Runner theme. That's at least what I've been told, that's what it's sort of like. So these are all old. Would you guys agree? Would you guys agree that know more about Cyberpunk that it's like you would have put Blade Runner and GTA together, basically. Yeah, I love Blade Runner so much, and I really enjoyed the second one as well. They're both great in their own ways. Yeah, I don't mean the voice parser, I mean the enunciation. I was just wondering if that gets like annoying, that it's too clearly enunciated, you know? Let's check this. I really don't want to chop that one down. I prefer... Well, actually, it'd be kind of cool to keep these like in line, those ones on the left and the right. Let's go check these oak trees over here. That's old, and what about this one over here? This one I think I can sacrifice. And it's old. Okay, let's cut this one down then. Oh, but you know what? You know what? I might just have an oak log in my inventory. Or rather in my crates. Let's check that first before cutting down. The problem with oak trees, they grow really, really slowly over months and months and months. Different trees have different growth rates in this game. So that's why it kind of pains me to chop one down. But let's just see. I might actually have oak logs here in my inventory. Let's just see what we have here. Oak and wood. One log, but what's the weight? Oh, it's a 24 kilogram one. I can that's more than enough then. Because all you need to make an oak wine barrel is to just make sure that the last wooden item that you apply to it is oak, even though you use like other materials before that. So yeah, that's actually, we don't have to chop down a tree. Good. Well, we got the sprouts at least. So let's just have a look at this once again, the recipe. Starting items. Yeah, let's make one plank from that. I did have a plank in my BSB, but I don't think it's a full-sized one, so we'll just make a new plank from this log. And then we need a ribbon. And I think I have some ribbons here. No? Okay, well, we did have the forge heating up, so we can grab some iron lump and make some ribbons then. And let me just put the UI to be a little bit larger so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. Let's put it up here. And then we'll just stick, we'll just stick this hot, glowing iron lump there, and grab the ribbons here. Good. So Force Chuckle asks, how long does it take to grow trees? So some trees will grow up within a few weeks, I believe. I think the fastest ones grow up within a few weeks. I mean, already when you're planting the sprout, you're going to see a little baby, like a little, it's not like a tree yet, it's just a sprout just coming out of the ground. But already within like a week, it's going to start to look like a tree. But yeah, I would say a few weeks for the fastest ones. What was it, guys? Was it the maple that grows the fastest? I forget now. And Marinath says that walnut, willow, and oak are a lot slower than other types to grow. Ooh, Dreamt, you got yourself your first Supreme item yesterday. Congratulations, a Supreme Tar. So, tar is used for ships. So I think you should probably save it for making a ship. Okay, so Global Chat was suggesting a ship or spinning wheel. Well, there you go. I would personally, I would save it for a ship. Myself. Okay, now we got a whole bunch of ribbons. We're only going to need, according to this recipe, we only need one ribbon. So I'm just going to stick the rest of these into the bulk storage bin. Okay, and then we've got a ribbon right there. And then we don't need it yet. We need the small nail as a starting item. Okay. Is this in... There we go. Small nail. Let's see. Small nail. And we just need one. Good. And then we're going to need a plank. And I don't want to use the oak and wood plank yet because we want to be very sparing with the oak. So we'll just grab one of these cedar wood ones. And by the way, By the way, the different wood types also have different qualities in use. So for instance, you want to make a fishing pole out of willow because it bends, whereas cedar, things made from cedar actually decay slower. Things made from oak will take less damage when used, and so forth. They all have their own qualities. Okay, so we wanted a wine barrel. There's only 22% chance of making this thing, so we might have to try over and over again. There we go. And did it get buried here somewhere? Oh, there it is. Let's just take that. And we can just lay it on the ground here so you guys can see as we start to build it. There is the unfinished. Actually, you know what, guys? This makes for a really cool, like, my goodness, this is a very, very cool, like, decorational item. So here's a question, guys, for those who are veterans of the game. Isn't it so that, like, unfinished items will not decay? So you could literally use this. You could literally use this, like, as a decoration here. We could place this right here, for instance, as a decoration, couldn't we? And it wouldn't decay, would it? Yeah, isn't it nice, Tuxie? And Matternath, you're fairly sure that they decay, right? Because you know why I said that, Matter? It's because over in my storage on Xanadu, I have a whole bunch of like unfinished items just in piles that have been sitting there for years and they've never decayed. Probably not on Deed. Well, yeah, off Deed, I guess everything decays eventually, right? Because otherwise it would just start to fill up the server with, you know, the database. But that is so cool. That is so cool. Oh my goodness, guys, that really excites me. I have never seen an unfinished wine barrel. I think the one time that I made a few wine barrels, I don't know. It's been so many years. I made a few over on Xanadu, but I'm wondering if they popped into my inventory at that point. I mean, I'm sorry, guys, that I'm so excited about this, but it just makes for a really great decoration. Oh well, let's move on. Oh my goodness. So, yeah, I meant to put it on the ground so that we can watch as I start to build it, actually. So let's just open the crafting menu here and add to crafting menu. And then it's going to need the ribbon. And you're definitely going to use it, Tuxie. Yeah. Report back with your findings on the decay thing. I will also try to... I'll also do the same thing, Tuxie. I'll make another one later on, just for decorational purposes. Oh, that'd be so cool, Matter, that you could, if you could toggle between the two models. Oh my goodness, yes. That would be very cool indeed. You can do that in Ultima Online. There's some items that you can change the sort of stance with, like that. Okay, now this oaken wood plank that is so valuable to us. That's... Oh, we need 4. Oh, no. No. We need 4. That's right. So we're going to have to grab 3 cedar wood ones over here and use the oaken wood one as the last one, so it becomes oak in the end. Oh, did I not grab the cedar wood ones? I thought I had more of them. Huh. Hold on now. Let me just check this again. There we go. There we go. 3 of those. put the cedar wood ones first. Let me just see what else you guys are saying. I think I've missed a whole bunch of stuff. Just gonna scroll back a bit here. And Joe was asking, how can I see if a horse is good or bad? Only when you ride them, so the slowest is the bad one. So Joe, you would have to have animal husbandry to be able to see the qualities of your horse. You can always ask somebody who has high animal husbandry to check it for you and just copy paste the message for you into chat. Tuxie says, it would also be nice to be able to turn off the mouse over on some things. You made a ball to look like a toy for your dog, but iron ball doesn't sound like a very good dog toy. Oh. By the way, guys, I am sort of compiling a list of the sort of best tips of Wurm that are not so clearly obvious. And it sort of came to mind when we were talking about the being able to drive a cart or ride a horse along the direction of the tiles, Tuxie, when we were talking about that last stream or the one before that. And there were like other things that sort of pop up from once in a while during the streams that a lot of people might not have known. And I kind of wanted to make a list of those. So what would you guys say is... Okay, so for... Taiki got where I was going with this right away. So I was going to ask you guys, can you think of your best sort of tips you think that are not so obvious to a new player? So Taiki is saying inventory groups, and Tuxie agrees that's a good one. The fact that you can go to your inventory and make new groups, that's definitely something that a lot of new players don't know. Key binding your tool belt, says Factional Fight. So, you know, so do you mean like assigning 1, 2, 3 and so forth to that? Isn't it by default, by the way? If I just press 2, I thought it was by default. These were assigned to the different numbers, but are they not then? Huh. No, they are not. So every time I press a number, I'm just getting tracking. Interesting. Donut Kebab says they keybind on the fly via the right-click menu instead of using the options. So yeah, I of course you can use it here, but can you do it here as well? So let me just see. So how do you assign those Factional Fight other than doing it through the console? I'm sure you can do it through the console, but is there a quick way like you can do through the context menu by pressing down the key for a longer time? You think the default is 1, 2, 3. They're assigned to the select bar. Oh, you have to do it through the options. Can you not do it through the console? Let's just see if there's a key on the keybinds page. Wurm keybinds. I don't like using, for some reason, I really don't like using the options menu for assigning keybinds. Is it just because it takes a long time to try and find it? Let's see. Belt. Tool belt. Here we go. Oh. Oh, here we go. Yes. So activate tool number. So we go to console and we put, oh, let's see, bind 1, activate tool 1. Let's see if that works. And I'll just copy paste this command. Key binding saved 2 and assign that to 2 and 3. Let's see if that worked now. So now if I press 1, yes, look, 2, 3. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, I knew you could assign the keys. I just never looked into how to do that. But I knew I had seen it in the keybinds page once long ago. Good. Now, the final plank. Oh, hold on. There we go. The final plank. Let's see what else you guys are saying. And for those of you who are new to Wurm and you don't know about the keybinds page, it's in the Wurmpedia. That might be useful for you if you want to see all the different keybinds you can do in the game. Oh yeah, that's a good one, Parser. Finding north by using place with a hammer or other tool. So, wasn't it so that when you lay an item on the ground, it also always faces north, like a certain direction, right? But when you're saying, Parser, placing it, so if I try to place this file, for instance, are you saying that the direction it is facing is north? We are facing north right now, actually. Let me try a hatchet. So if I'm facing this direction, even if I'm facing this direction, when I go to place a hatchet, it is facing north like this. And of course there's also the deed token has the compass on it, or like the sundial rather, not a compass but a sundial. So if you go over to the token, I guess this is pretty common knowledge though, isn't it? So there we go. West, east, and north. So you do see the direction here as well. Good. And Parser says that the fire pillar tip, of course, is a good one to be able to see the above ground tile if you're trying to figure out the mapping for your mine. Yes. That's true, Factional Fight, that doing it through the options is probably a little bit more accessible for new players. So you can find the options for the key bindings here, and then you can just like look through these. I just find it such a pain in the butt to try and find them. That's the reason because these are long lists, you know, and it's just so much easier to go to the Wurmpedia page and just Control F to find the thing that you're looking for. Hello, Seren. Welcome on into the stream. And Parser, you always knew about Fire Pillar, but you had never thought of using it to find yourself above ground. Yeah. Seren, first tip would be don't carry too much stuff. Yes. Yeah, Seren, we're talking about like tips that are not very clear or are not very clear cut or obvious. Okay, obvious is the word I was looking for. Tips that are not so obvious to a new player, that are kind of hidden in the game, like walking along the direction of a tile, for instance. That's not really documented anywhere. Oh yes, that's a good link, to Jensen, for new players as well. Yes, your first days in Wurm. And parser, how to make map dumps of their deeds. Oh, you mean through the deed token? Yeah, that's a good one to add to the list for sure. Donut's suggestion is using the All tab and the search function. Oh, hold on. Oh, I mean, is there that kind of option in the key bindings? Ooh, look at that. All tab and then searching. So if we look for belts, well, there you go. I have never noticed this has a search function. Thank you so much for that, Donut. That's very handy to know. I never noticed because I never come to this page at all. That's a good one. And Factional Fight suggests, how about how to determine if the weight you are carrying is under the 100% speed weight limit. Oh, you mean from going through the... Was that from the profile? Was it over here? I never checked that, but I think it was some... Oh, was it here, actually? 100 speed limit 64. So is it so, Factional Fight, is it so that once that reaches 100, then you're going to start to go over? So if we just take this, for instance... let's just take a whole bunch of heavy stuff into our inventory. Some wooden beams, for instance. And we check this now. It's still 64. I don't understand how this works. I've never really looked at this. We're definitely going slower. Hello there, Pak. Welcome on into the stream. So compare your total weight to the 100% speed limit. Total weight, 151. Gotcha. Okay. So basically this says that as soon as I start to go over 64 kilograms, I will be starting to lessen my speed. Gotcha. That's really handy, actually. Yeah, that's a good one. That is good. I've never used this. I've never bothered checking that. That is really handy. So if we put these wooden beams back, and now we check, our weight is 61. So we're almost at our speed limit. So if we were to put 3 more kilograms into our weight, then we would start to slow down a little bit. That's very, very good to know. Thank you, Factional Fight. That's a good one. That's a great one for sure. And we got our barrel finished, guys. So there it is. There is our finished wine barrel. And I guess the next step is to... okay, I'm gonna be looking at the recipe list now, guys. So if you do not want spoilers for the different recipes, look away now. And I'll let you know when I'm not looking at it anymore. I would imagine the alcohol recipes are here, right? So if we look at vodka... Okay, let's see. And I won't say anything out loud, just to not give away these recipes. Let's see. Unfermented vodka. Okay, I see the recipe looks pretty simple. Okay. And it's using that item. Okay. So what we will need is a cauldron, which I don't have yet. So let's make a cauldron. And I still have the lump actually in my inventory. Okay. Moi. Now, is it the large anvil or the small one? Oh, there it is. Large anvil. Thankfully, that's pretty easy to make. 86%. Good. And, of course, I will learn later on which items are worth making many of. But now we have a cauldron. Now, I'm guessing that the quality of the cauldron is going to determine the quality of the vodka, right? So we should probably imp up the cauldron a bit, shouldn't we? Let me just warm up some of my higher quality iron lumps for imping purposes. And we'll just start imping this cauldron right now. Oh, it doesn't all fit there. Okay, let me just get rid of some of this stuff here. We can merge some of these, or combine some of these copper lumps to start off with. There. Good. And I should get my my metal imping stuff into the inventory as well. We're gonna need a hammer. We're going to need some water. Let's grab some water into the measuring jug. And we're going to need a file. Now, is my file already in my inventory? Yes, it is. Okay, good. And we'll just start improving that cauldron. There we go. Let's see what else you guys are saying here. So Parser says, another one for me that was, for you and your wife, that was hugely unobvious is that the death screen's respawn point is a drop down. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. I have definitely seen new players make that mistake of just like pressing the button, not realizing that you can choose where to respawn. That's a really good one. Parser continues that you're so traumatized from your first death and so panicked about getting back into the game that you just quickly click respawn. That is a very, very good point, yes. Oh, did it go cold already? Or did I just use it up? I must have used it up. Yeah, I used it up. Okay, let's grab some of the crappier iron lumps as well for the lower level imping. And just warm those up as well. How is our forge doing? Still burned for a long time. And Pock asks, is there a single Wurm server? There are many, many servers, Pock, both PvP and PvE. They're all different too. They all look different. They kind of offer different experiences. And Stang, oh my goodness, Stang. So you're interested in starting Wurm, are you? So what would be a good server to start on? I would warmly recommend the Northern Freedom Isles and a server called Cadence. And you were asking, are most of us playing on a server together? So I think most of us are here in the chat, Pak. We're all from different servers. There's a couple that do live here close by. And Factional Fight gives a really good description there of the difference of the newer and the older servers. So I guess some questions, Pak, for you would be... no, it wasn't Pak, it was Stang. I guess a question for you, Stang, would be, are you a sort of a very social kind of player? Do you enjoy playing with other people, or do you want to be like a lone wolf, a hermit, somewhere out in the wilderness, far away from everyone else? Hello, Weeby. Welcome on into the stream. A good day to grind and drink, yes. So, Pak, there aren't guilds, but there are alliances which are kind of similar. But they're not in exactly the same format as you would find guilds in other MMOs. Okay, these ones have warmed up. Let's just combine those together. Put them back into the forge. Well, I guess we can start... We'll use this one a little bit while the lower level ones warm up. Just start the imping process here. So Stang, a little bit of both. You've played 12 years ago, though. Right, Stang, so you used to play Wurm back in the day. Yeah, the reason I ask if you're like a hermit or whether you're sociable is because that's, you know, the recommendation for which server to start on kind of depends on that. But I would still say that I recommend Cadence. The reason Cadence is a good server is because there's a lot of new players there. So it is over here. It's a very large server. There's tons and tons of room to find a beautiful spot to place a deed in. Also, there's lots of resources here, lots of forests, lots of lakeside like spots to create a deed. And also the best thing I think about Cadence is that you can actually travel the entire server without having to climb too much. It's very easy to travel. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. My son is going to make himself a milkshake, or not a milkshake rather, but a smoothie. And so he's going to be making a little bit of noise, so just bear with us for a moment. Now, what was I going to say? Oh yes, so Cadence is really, really easy to travel around because you won't get into situations where you can't get on top of mountains and stuff like very easily. So you can travel all over there pretty freely. Okay, now these lower level ones are heated up, so let's just combine those and then continue imping this cauldron. Oh, it needs a hammer now next. Hammer, where did I put the hammer? There it is. Let's put all the imping stuff in one spot here, so I don't have to go back and forth. Pelt and file. And let's just stick all the rest of this stuff into our tools. There we go. So, hammer is next. But yeah, another thing about Cadence is I think it's also, as far as being social or living the hermit life, I think there's the possibility of both on Cadence as well. It's kind of a nice server in that regard. There's a lot of new players, but then again, it's such a large server. You'll find like clusters of players living in a sort of neighborhood together, but then you'll also find a lot of free land that you could really live the hermit life on as well. So that's why I recommend that server for sure. What does it need next? It needs, oh, I forgot, of course we need, the whetstone as well for imping metal items. Let's just move that down there. And let me just actually move these right next to each other, so I don't have to keep moving the mouse over and over. Okay, there. That's better. Let's put the cauldron as the last item also, so I don't have to look for it here in the list. I should have probably eaten some... Well, I have a little bit of space. I could take some blacksmithing affinities food quickly. Let's see. Blacksmithing. Let's expand once more. Blacksmithing. So for those who are new to the game, you can cook affinity foods, which are going to actually give you skill bonus when doing stuff. So I have the blacksmithing affinity, and it'll give me a little bit more skill gain when I'm improving this cauldron here. So that's pretty handy. Okay. And hammer time. So if you're a new player, you might be wondering, how do you know, Cats? How do you know which item to change over to? You can see it here in the last column. There's improvement column, and it's showing now that we need the whetstone. Now, if you don't recognize those icons yet, you can just examine the item, and it will tell you here in the event window. A huge dark bowl with 3 feet and a metal hanger. It is glowing from the heat. The cauldron needs to be sharpened with a whetstone. So, but eventually as you play the game, you'll get used to knowing like what those icons mean. And then you don't have to check anymore. Weeby, make me a smoothie. So 2 out of 3 with Jägermeister, and it will make it so much better. Am I on Cadence? Asks Pak. I am on Melody. I do have a little baby deed on Cadence though, Pak. I just created that deed a few weeks ago actually. And last Saturday's stream, we were actually finishing up that deed. I wonder how the trees are doing on that deed now, because we just planted them in last Saturday's stream. Now needs some water. So I should be able to get this imped up all the way to around 50. So let's take it to 50 at least. Like, I don't know, guys. I'm assuming that the quality of the cauldron has an effect on the quality of the vodka that we make, right? It's so funny. The cat's character is so funny because face rig, I have it set so you can have your face rig set to using the facial tracking for your mouth. I mean, I believe it does work if I open my mouth up wide. Yes, that does work. But in addition, it also has like that it will react to your voice as well, so that it will automatically do the little animation of talking when you're talking. With like it's listening to the audio of that. But actually, it was so funny because as my son was making his smoothie, the cat's character was just like, I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but her little mouth was going once in a while because face rig was reacting to the sound of the smoothie making in the kitchen. Oh, it looks so cute somehow. It was almost like she was sort of just like smacking her lips or something. So now we're at 34 quality. Ooh, the lump. I should stick that back in. And actually, well, the lump still, actually, it's 37 quality, so we can still improve with that one a little bit. But I'll just grab this one anyhow. Because, oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let's put that back now that that warmed up a bit. Don't want to waste any more of that higher quality iron than I have to. There we go. And then put that back now. I guess that would be another good tip, wouldn't it? That when you're improving metallic items, it's worth keeping them just in the forge as you're doing it to keep them nice and toasty. I think a lot of new players make that mistake of putting the items in their inventory and then they keep getting cold on them. So, what was I gonna say? Just thinking of the materials I'm gonna need. So I'm gonna need, to make some vodka, I am going to need some water, some sugar, and some potatoes apparently. I just have no idea. I think I probably have to mash the potatoes somehow, don't I? Wonder if you do that with a fork. Well, we'll test around and see. So here's a question. I mean, the whole point of making alcohol for me was to actually work on my beverage skill so that I could make better transmutation liquids for when I start to transmutate the clay tiles here on the deed. But it looks like the process of making vodka actually has nothing to do with beverage making, does it? Or, like, is there... I don't know, I guess I'll see once we start trying to make it. Because that's the main thing. That's the main reason I'm doing this. At what point do you get the beverage making skill? I guess that's the question when you're making alcohol. And Joe, I need to distill too, yeah. But according to Madnath's instructions, he was saying that first you need to ferment the alcohol in the wine barrel, and then you distill it later on, apparently. Oh, now I remember, actually. Wasn't it so that the still will... Oh, this is one of my questions for you guys, actually, is that I read from Wurmpedia that the still will give you passive cooking and beverages skill gain. So let's just have a look at the Wurmpedia page here. Still. So it says... Here, a still will grant passive skill gain in beverages and cooking as it burns. So here's a question for you guys who know more about this alcohol stuff. Does that mean that you have to be next to the still to get that skill gain, or how does that work exactly? Do you have to be on the same deed as the still? How does it give that skill to you passively? Do you have to be on the same server as the still? How does that work? Does anyone know? And in fact, I don't even know how that works with cooking. Like, I know Factional Fight would know about that. So when you know how, like, when your meals from hot food cooking, you get hot food cooking skill from your food becoming cooked in the oven, right? But that is happening outside of your inventory and without your action. So how close do you have to be to your oven to get the skill ticks from the stuff becoming cooked in the oven? I mean, how far away can you be for that to still go through? I've never understood that. I've never tested it either. And Tuxie says that's a good question. Yeah, I've always wondered it, but I just never got around to actually testing that. But I'm sure Griff there would know. Dujensen says, you're not sure, but you think you have to be nearby. Yeah, it's very vague, isn't it? Somebody has to test it, yeah. Because I would guess, Dujensen, then that the passive skill gain from a still would probably work in the same kind of mechanism as the hot food cooking, right? At least that feels most logical. Hello there, Snow. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you back. In Wurm Online, apart from the level 20 cap without subscription, what are the differences between Wurm Online and Wurm Unlimited? I think the main difference is actually the fact that Wurm Online is an MMO that is being run and developed and updated by the official Wurm team, whereas Wurm Unlimited is instead a collection of player-run and created servers, and players actually have the freedom to even make their own, like completely their own maps there, using height map images and the map generator, and they can also go into the code. They can change the graphics. They can adjust the game balance, you know, skill balance and all that stuff. they have the full freedom to pretty much do whatever they want with their servers, but they are also the ones that are running the servers. They have to get it hosted somewhere, and so when you go to play on a Wurm Unlimited server, you have to be aware that you're playing under somebody else's rule, you know? Whereas in Wurm Online, it's, you know, the Wurm team running it, so you don't have that feeling of having to sort of get along with the server creator, you know? I mean, I think that's one of the things that would bother me the most about playing a Wurm Unlimited server, is that I would always feel like, man, like I can't criticize. I have to be on my best behavior on this server and not to anger the server creator, you know? I would feel, yeah, it would feel kind of weird, like I'm on somebody else's turf, kind of. So Buzzkill, it's actually the other way around. Maybe you said that by mistake. Wurm Online is officially being updated. It is Wurm Unlimited that is not being updated anymore. But I think you probably said WO by mistake instead of saying WU. Yes. Other differences is that the default balance settings for skill gain, they're much easier on Wurm Unlimited. And also there you don't have to pay for land as far as I know. So you simply buy the game, and then you don't have to pay anything after that whatsoever. You don't have to pay for premium time as far as I know. You don't have to pay for land. You just pay for the game once, and that's it. And what other differences can I think of? Well, of course, there's the security. So if you're playing on, I mean, of course, you could make your own server. Like I have a couple of my own Wurm Unlimited servers. They just sit on my computer. They're not public anywhere, and I can log on to them. I don't have to log on. Well, you do have to actually log on to them, yes. But I log on to them just from my computer. All the files are on my computer. And I do various tests there. So you can play that way. You can play offline. You can also create your own server and have your friends join, just like have it a private server with just a few friends, but you can also make it public. What was I going to do next? This one, yes. But yeah, I think that's the sort of main thing, is that you're either dependent on other people, like if they decide to take, let's say you start your life on a Wurm Unlimited server and you've put a lot of time and effort, and it's owned by another player. What's stopping them from taking down that server someday? You know, if they get tired of the game and they don't want to run it anymore, you've lost all of your work. Whereas in Wurm Online, your work is completely safe, you know, for years and years and years to come, as long as Wurm Online is running. Yeah, exactly like what Weeby was saying. That's right. Yeah, thank you. Or you're welcome, rather, Snow. I'm glad that was useful. Yeah. And also, I guess one of the bigger differences these days is that after the graphical updates that have been done to Wurm Online, the world is just so much prettier in Wurm Online these days. It's a huge difference. We can just quickly log on to my server on Wurm Unlimited. I can just show you just how different it is. Let's go to one of these. And then start up Wurm Unlimited on Steam. That's a good one, Buzz. Yes, the third person view is not available in Wurm Unlimited either. You can only do that in Wurm Online. That was one of the updates that didn't make it into Wurm Unlimited before they stopped updating it. Let's just wait for that to. Oh yeah, we have to do that still. Let's see what's next. Let's put that back. How's our forge doing? Still burns for a long time. So, for instance, if we just look at this view, let me just turn off the UI here, and we look at this beautiful sunny, like summer's day. We've got the rays of sunlight coming through the trees, like so. And then if we go here and try and find an oak tree, I can just spawn one, to be honest. Let's just go into the forest and we'll go to this shoreline. I'm just flying around with my GM character here. So the UI also is the old UI version here. So the UI has changed quite a bit visually. Let's just go right, try and find like a sandy spot that's kind of an equivalent to where I'm standing over there. And also the same direction. So what direction is she facing? I think it's like northwest right now, isn't it? Northwest, yes. So let's make sure we're facing the same direction. Let's just put the... where is the compass? There. So northwest would be this direction. Let's try and find a... let's see. Well, we can just spawn a whole bunch of trees here, actually. With Ebony Wand. So this is one of the nice things, of course, about Wurm Unlimited. Like, I recommend anyone who plays Wurm Online a lot, I really recommend actually buying Wurm Unlimited just to test things out for yourself. So let's just spawn a few trees here. Tree. Let's just go down here and we'll just put this to the full size. And let's also get the same time of day as well. So the time right now is 7:56. So let's just change the time of day here as well to 7:56, like so. So we're sort of facing like the same direction. So there's the sun up here, coming through the trees, coming through the branches of the oak tree. Turn off the UI. And if we look at like an equivalent view in Wurm Unlimited, you can see huge differences. First of all, the sky, if you pay attention to the color of the sky, in the Wurm Unlimited, it's kind of like a more purplish color. And it also doesn't really have, it has a little bit of lightening towards the horizon. However, in Wurm Online, with the new like volumetric lighting and the changes that were done to the skybox and everything, you can see the sky color goes much more lighter towards the horizon. It's a more like a turquoise tone of blue, which is much nicer. You see the rays of sunlight coming through the trees. Let me just actually turn... that's fine. With this old sun in Wurm Unlimited, you're not seeing any like rays of sun coming through the branches whatsoever. Then if you just look at the surroundings, everything looks much more old school in Wurm Unlimited, whereas in Wurm Online you will see it's much more modern. You can see trees in the far distance, way all the way over there. In Wurm Unlimited, you will not see the trees in the far distance, and it's just, in general, it's just much uglier. You look at the water. I guess the water system is the same. Yeah, I think the new water came into Wurm Unlimited. It did, actually. That's the new water, but it looks much nicer in Wurm Online. So yeah, you can really see that. And nighttime. Oh my gosh, nighttime. Well, we can use. Let's use this screenshot of let's use this screenshot of the kingdom as a good base for what nighttime looks like in Wurm Online. Now, if we were to look at nighttime here in, let's just try and look at some kind of view here. I don't know, maybe I mean, there's nothing much to look at here with this heap of sand, but maybe it's kind of equivalent. And then if I change the nighttime settings or put it to nighttime, so there's nighttime in Wurm Unlimited, and that's nighttime in Wurm Online. So the difference is pretty drastic. I mean, of course, what makes this so cool is seeing the kingdom there, right? But just pay attention to the sky, how the water looks, how the planet reflects the... I think this is in fact the same planet there, or moon rather. It is so different. So yeah, I think that sort of helps you get an idea visually. And Tuxie, that's so true. Yeah, it's really wonderful to use Wurm Unlimited to plan and test ideas, especially with bridges. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. There's a lot of things, like you say, Tuxie, that are. I mean, there's only so far you can go with Deed Planner. But I've been also using Wurm Unlimited to test out designs for many years now, for deed designs and stuff like that. It is really useful for that. And Weeby, you wish that the night would be a little bit more dark in Wurm Online. Yeah, I love the nighttime myself. I love it just the way it is, but I know a lot of people would prefer to see it a little bit darker. Now, if they do make it a bit darker, I hope that it's not for very long. That, it would be okay if it gets like really dark for, a little bit of the time of the nighttime, but I wouldn't want to see the whole nighttime go that dark. Yeah, I think it's very much like a matter of taste, that thing. Now, how is our cauldron doing? It is at 44 quality. Let's continue just improving it a little bit. And let's see what else you guys are saying here. And Snowmane, you've been in Wurm Unlimited for 4 years, and you've been thinking of jumping into Wurm Online. Well, Snowmane, of course, the nice thing about Wurm Online is that it is free. You can just download it for free, and you can give it a little bit of a spin, see how it feels. I mean, obviously, it's going to be much more grindy than in Wurm Unlimited. It does take longer to make stuff here, but at least you can get a visual of what the game looks like, get a feel for whether you feel interested in it. Yeah, definitely give it a spin. And Joe says, not true. If you don't pay for the deed, you will lose your stuff. Oh, in Wurm Unlimited? I see. So you do have to pay silver for your deed. I see. Yeah, I never tried that, so I didn't know. And Du Johnson says that there was a third-person mod in Wurm Unlimited before it came to Wurm Online, but that's a really bad implementation over in Wurm Unlimited. I see. Right. Yeah, I never tested that mod. I've tested a lot of mods, but I haven't tested that one. Now that is actually, speaking of mods, now that is one benefit of Wurm Unlimited, is that Wurm Online, we're not allowed to use mods. As far as I know, there's no way to use mods in Wurm Online. But in Wurm Unlimited, players are free to make and share mods to their heart's content. And I've used, like, for instance, one mod that I've used there is this one called Taxidermy. And I took screenshots of all the creatures, so you can spawn creatures as these sort of still... Well, they animate, but they just stand in one spot. And so I spawned all these animals just for this listing here, and you can see the ID is right there. And there's instructions how to spawn them. The full instructions are here. how to spawn those creatures, which is really handy if you're trying to do like a cool screenshot or trying to make a video or something like that. There's many cool mods in Wurm Unlimited that you won't find in Wurm. Let's see what else you guys are saying. How is our cauldron doing? Okay, 44 quality. And Paka was saying, do I play with an alliance on melody or cadence? So I play on melody, and we have our own little alliance here with the Factional Fight Brothers and Viking and others as well. It's sort of like the core group of friends that started working on this alliance, on the Kingdom project rather. You would like a PvE experience. You would also like a mix of hermit and social. Probably start hermit with the aim of being able to contribute to an alliance as you grow. Well, Pak, I would warmly recommend that you look through the forums. If you go to the Wurm forums, let's see, Wurm forums. If you go there and then you go to Northern Freedom Isles, and there's recruitment forums for all of the new servers. Go there, register to the forums if you haven't. It's a different registration than for the game, by the way. And shop around for an alliance to join. Buzzkill asks, how deep can you get into the game with a 20 level cap? Buzz, well, Wurm is such a huge game. There's so much to do in this game that there is absolutely years and years worth of stuff to do, even at level 20. I mean, you're going to hit the level 20 cap soon enough. Sure, I mean, you're going to hit that within a couple of months. However, there are so many things that you can do in the game that you if you have that kind of mindset that, I don't need the tallest house in the game. I don't need to sail the largest ship in the game. I'm happy with just, living the humble life. Then you could play as a free player with the 20 skill cap. However, there are going to be some things that are going to be quite restrictive to you, like you wouldn't be able to ride a cart. And riding carts and wagons is pretty essential, and also riding horses. So, but there was the body skill thing, right? Wasn't it so that you can get your body skills to the right number, and then you can just go back to being a free player, and the body skills stayed at their skill level that you got to? I forget now how that worked. That's right, Du Jensen. As Du Jensen was saying, most of those mods in Wurm Unlimited have to be installed on the server. That's right. Hello, Jinjeko. Welcome to the stream. Jinjeko is saying, Wurm Rest Alliance is in the southeast and is 30-some deeds. Which server is that, Jinjeko? Is that Cadence? And it's 30-some deeds. At the moment, you require nothing but to help out if or when you can. And which server is that? That's Cadence? Okay, there you go. So Pak, you might want to consider that one. let's see. 44 quality now. Getting close. Oh, I need more water. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Okay, now. So is anyone out at the Lunalong right now besides Stu Jensen? And if you are, how are things going over there? And Stang might join that alliance as well. Nice. Yeah, I guess you would say that like the difference between alliances in Wurm and guilds in other MMOs is that it's more like a collection of so since people claim and own land in Wurm, an alliance is a collection of the various settlements all bunched into an alliance. Now, the people who own their settlements, they can control the permissions for what other alliance members can do. So always, if you join an alliance, always make sure to check your permissions and make sure that your own settlement permissions are set the way that you want to, which things you want to allow your alliance members to do on your land and what not. Before, the permissions would allow you to do a lot of things actually that might actually mess up your deed. But I did complain about that to the devs, and I believe they have fixed that now so that all the permissions are turned off so that a new player won't be like in a situation where somebody's stolen something from their deed and they're like, what the hell has happened here? Because a lot of new players would not even notice that that alliance members would have those permissions. So I think they did change it, hopefully at least. I don't see any reason why by default those permissions should be on. It's much easier to make the mistake of having them and not realizing that people can do stuff to your deed, rather than instead you being able to set those permissions manually and you control, right from the get-go of who can do what on your place. So Taxi, you're going to be heading over to the Impalong right now or any minute. I haven't been yet, but I might stop by in these several next days. There's a lot of quite funny competitions coming up. I'm kind of interested in seeing the sheep race competition. That might be quite funny. So Viking, I have made my I've made the wine barrel. I should imp it up as well. And I'm in the process of making the cauldron to make some vodka. So I checked the recipe for that, and I'm just imping up this cauldron. I'm almost finished. It's now at 47 quality. I want to try and get it up to 50. I guess I need to imp up the wine barrel as well, shouldn't I? So Viking, of course, you are a grandmaster alcohol maker in training. So what has been your biggest lesson from making alcohol so far? That's been your sort of main focus in the game since you started, really, or like since you realized you could make alcohol. And Viking also sells alcohol on... oh, it's starting to cool down. Let's give some wood scraps quickly. Yeah, what would you say were your biggest lessons so far that you can sort of give me advice on? Now, Madnath said not to waste sugar, only use one sugar and then fill the volume up more with like potatoes and stuff like that. So that was a good tip. Oh, don't put those there. And let's just burn that. You can see that it's starting to cool down because you see the little dots there? They're not like hot red anymore. They're getting orange. So let's just heat that up a bit again. Pak asks, what does having 30 deeds mean? Jinjaku is... oh, so that means, Pak, that there's like 30 players with their various cities and settlements that belong to that alliance. So think of it as 30 players, basically. Well, not necessarily, because each settlement could also include lots and lots of players living on that settlement as well. So yeah, I would say 30 settlements that have all decided to join together in that alliance. But again, many people can live in one if they want to. You can just live alone on your own settlement as well, of course. Like I live alone on this settlement. I just have my alts here. And Tuxie, you're not sure about vehicles. You joined an alliance and you noticed that your NAR had full permissions checked for alliance members. Oh no, Tuxie. I wonder if the ship permissions were forgotten then. That's interesting. Pak, this is an NPC. This is actually a merchant. I use this merchant to store my my rare items. So I have like all my rare materials here. And then anyone could come and purchase those if they wanted, but I've priced them so high, like 9,900 gold, basically, I think this one was, or is it silver? Nobody would nobody in their right mind would buy those from me. So that's the way I sort of stop people from taking them from my merchant. But yeah, they need to be placed either in a market stall or else in a building. That's why he's standing there. Now, normally people use merchants to sell stuff with, though. Like I have another merchant over here at that stall, standing right over there, and he has keys like for the horse stalls on him, so people can come and buy horses. So what is the situation? Cauldron is now at 48 quality. And let's just grab the ore once again. Here. Yeah, I highly doubt we're going to be seeing Mr. Laggy back in the game, Viking. I mean, from the get-go, I was even surprised that Mr. Laggy even tried the game, to be honest. It just wasn't his kind of game at all. Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing him anymore. And Joe says there's no Lunalong stream going on at the moment. Oh, that's surprising. So I know Draka is going to be streaming quite a bit from the Lunalong over the next days, and then Bun Bun and Bloody Drongo, and there's somebody else, I forget now. Somebody else was also going to stream. Donut. Man, those prices on the Southern Isles are crazy. So Pak, merchants, yes, you can buy merchant deeds off trader NPCs, which you can find at the starter cities. Players can also buy their own trader NPCs. I have one actually. And the reason I bought it is because it will give you, what was it? Was it 20% discount of your deed price? Like your deed upkeep? Was it 20 or 25? I forget now. Or maybe 15, something like that. Hello, Reba. Welcome on in. Whatever happened to miss you, by the way? Is the limping troll still a thing? Well, I think Reba, that Mishu has been really, really busy with that space-themed MMO. I forget the name of it now. But I don't know what his plans are. He's probably going to... I'm sure we're going to see him back in Wurm, though. He loves Wurm so much. I think we all take a little bit of a break from Wurm once in a while. So yeah, I'm not worried. I'm sure we'll see him back. And yeah, Pak, you can buy as many merchants. I believe there's no limit to how many merchants you can have on your deed. I'm not sure, though. I don't think there's any limit, though. So you could basically buy as many deeds as you want to. And you can pack these merchants up. If I wanted to move this merchant to another spot I could just remove the items from its inventory and move it over, place it on another spot. Now, traders, however, cannot be moved. And they also cost a fortune to buy. I think it was 45 silver or something like that, just like a crazy amount. So with a trader, you want to make sure it's in its final spot. Buzzkill asked, if someone buys a key to a stall, takes a horse, comes back next week, will they be able to open the stall again? Well, different horse breeders do it differently, Buzzkill. So some horse breeders will use the same key for the same gate if the players have left the keys behind. But I do not. I always replace the key, the locks and the keys for when I've sold a horse. So in my case, no, they wouldn't be able to. And the reason that I don't do it, even if they've left the key, is because you can actually copy keys in the game as well. So just in case somebody might have one of those, what was it called again? Let's see. Key molds, I believe it was. Key mold. Where is it? Key. Do I not? Oh, it's probably in... Maybe it's in resources. Here, key form. So with a key form, you can actually make copies of keys. So, I mean, it's very, very, very unlikely that somebody would bring a key form and make a copy of their key and then just leave the original behind, making me think that that it's safe to just relock it with the same key. But I don't want to risk it regardless, because it would also be I don't know. It just, yeah. And besides, I will grind my locksmithing skill doing that anyhow. Water is what we need next. Ah, Viking, you're all alone on your deed. So you're looking for people to join, right? So Viking, if you do have somebody join, just make sure that they're aware of the Kingdom project as well. So because of course Antioch originally, so Viking is talking about this deed here. So Antioch originally sort of made this deed to sort of complement the Kingdom project. He wanted to come and like help build it. Now, of course, he's not playing anymore, and he's handed the deed over to you. But just make sure that if you add like somebody, that they're kind of aware that not that they have to help out with the Kingdom project at all, but rather to be respectful of it. You know, and I'm not sure like how we should sort of yeah, it's kind of tricky, that thing. Because on the other hand, like, it's none of my business what people do with their deeds, you know? But just like considering that the sort of like when we set up this alliance in this area, it was all kind of to work towards the Kingdom Project in a way. So, yeah, we should have a chat about that sometime. So, let's see, how are we doing? We're at 48.98. I'm not really a fan of this song for this playlist, I have to say. Let's just remove this one. Hello there, Wampa Wrangler, and welcome on into the stream. And you sort of came, you should have came here to the stream about 30 minutes ago. We were actually just talking about all the differences between Wurm Unlimited and Wurm Online. So I'm going to give you the condensed version because I don't want to go through all that all over again. But you can, if you want to, you can later watch the VOD if you want like a deeper like description of everything. I also I showed in my stream just now, I showed the visual difference between the two games as well. But anyhow, just like as a condensed like explanation, Wurm Unlimited is where players can make their own servers and they can control the servers, the game balance, like the graphics, the code. Wurm Online is the MMO version that is run by the Wurm, the official Wurm team. So that's like in a nutshell. Buzzkill. Did I say a boot? I don't think I said a boot. No. I think the only Canadian is when I say a. So yeah. Let's see. Whetstone, yes. No, I didn't say a boot. No. No, I refuse to accept that. You're gonna make me look at the VOD later on. Rixif. What's that about a boot, eh? Total moose language, no. The first thing I think of from the boot thing is not actually Canadians, but rather, more particularly, the Canadian characters in South Park. Because they really, like, they exaggerate the whole a boot thing there. And I think that a boot thing is probably more like an Eastern Canadian thing. I don't remember my friends or anyone in Western Canada using that way of pronouncing it. But A is definitely a common one. And I've heard the Factional Fight Brothers, they're also Canadian. I've heard them use that. Yeah, beady eyes and floppy heads, that's right. And Factional, you think it's more of a rural thing, yeah. We're now at 49. Almost done. And Pach, you're Canadian as well, and you've never heard of a boot, really. So whereabouts from Canada are you from, Pach? I was born in Calgary myself, and then as a child we moved between Finland and Canada back and forth with my mom. It's the East Coast, right? Yeah, the Factional Fight Brothers are also in the eastern part of Canada. Never been to Eastern Canada myself. Nor have I been to the Northern Territories either. Oh, it's getting cold. 49.82, guys. We're almost about to hit 50. But then we're going to do even more imping as we then work on the... Well, let's do one thing at a time. Let's do one thing at a time. Let's not worry about the wine barrel quite yet. Just for a little bit of variance, let's work on making the vodka next. And we'll see if I can figure out how it's actually made. Hello, Tyrannus. Welcome on into the stream. Do I speak a little French as well? Oh my god. We were forced to have French at school in Canada. Oh my gosh. I don't think I remember... let me think. Je ne sais pas. I don't even remember what that means. Is it like, I don't know? No. Maybe just a few words here and there. And that means I don't know? Okay, at least I remembered something. Yeah. No, I don't speak French. It was taught to us at school, but as usual, I wasn't paying attention at school at all. So, Pach, you've toured around Calgary, Banff, Edmonton. Yeah, well, Calgary and Edmonton are ugly as hell, but Banff is a beautiful little town in the Rockies. Definitely well recommended to visit Banff. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? Says Viking. That old classic song. What was that, from the 70s? Oh my gosh. Let's see. Oh, we're now at 50, guys. Okay, even though my lump can... Oh, should we just improve all the way? As far as I can go with this lump, maybe we will. Let's just do it. Let's do it. Let's go as far as we can go. Ooh la la, says Viking. And Pach, you loved Canmore area, free roaming rabbits. Hello, Blightthorn, Steel Mace. Welcome on into the stream. How are you doing today? We are, Blightthorn, we are gonna learn how to make some alcohol today. So we've made ourselves a wine barrel. We are in the process of imping up this cauldron that I just made. That is going to be apparently the dish needed to make vodka. And then I'm going to try and figure out how the heck it works in a moment. We're just about to finish up this imping process here. Put the lump away here quickly. I have so much patience for the game, yeah. Well, I think Wurm, you know, it's very, very grindy, but I find the grind in Wurm very, very soothing and very therapeutic. After you come home from a very long day at work, it's sort of like with the grinding actions, you're just cleaning, you're just flushing out the day's stresses by doing this grindy stuff. I can't quite explain it, but that's how I experience it. Okay, guys, now we are at a point. See, cauldron is 52.54 and my lump is 52.04. That means I cannot improve it further because I don't have any higher quality iron at the moment. So our cauldron is finished. We need a nice name for it though. So what shall we call this? Saf's, oh geez. Saf's booze. I want a word, like a name, a container starting with the word B. Booze boiler. That's perfect. Look at that, guys. Saf's booze boiler. Is that not the most perfect name ever? I love it. Buzzkill. This is a long process for you to make the tools to make the beer. It's been over an hour. Well, yes, that's true, Buzz. But then again, now the cauldron is made. You know, I just had to do it once in the game, and I'll never have to do it again, right? So when you consider that, of course I'm going to have to repair it and improve it over time as it starts to take damage. But yeah, I think that's not too bad considering that it's going to last me the rest of my Wurm life. So I'll be using the same cauldron for years and years and years to come. Great name, says Tuxie. I'm pretty proud of it, Tuxie, I am. So, let's see. Now we have to figure out how the heck to make this. So I guess we have to put some water in there. So actually, let me just pour this stuff out. I'm going to set my measuring jug to, say, 20 grams. We'll fill it up with some water. Pour that into the cauldron. And I know that you need potatoes. So let's grab some potatoes from over here. We'll put one potato in there. Or actually, I remember now what Madnath said. Madnath said, put lots of volume with potatoes and water, but just one sugar. Okay, let's grab one of these sugar beet. Just one. Turn it, crush it to sugar. Put that in there. And then potatoes. Lots and lots of potatoes. But isn't this like, actually... Because I want to grind the... I guess I can grind the beverage making through the distilling process, right? I don't have a still yet, Viking. I'm gonna... Madnath said to start first with putting it... That it's gonna have to ferment first in the wine barrel. But of course we can make the vodka, then put it to ferment into the cave there. We should make a building as well for the cave, by the way. We need to make a little like alcohol shed in there. What was I gonna say next? Yeah. So as far as I understood, Viking, it's not time for the still yet, is it? Because we have to put it to ferment for a while, right? And Tuxie, when you moved to Norway, you started pronouncing the second T in Toronto. Now you get made fun of for that when you visit your family. Oh, so do people say Toronto? Oh, right, Toronto, Toronto. I can imagine somebody saying Toronto. Yeah. So, okay, I'm just going to try it just with one potato first. And let's see what it says. Lore. You think this may work well when cooked, but not enough water. Looks like it should use between 960 and 1,440 grams. Current difficulty 50. Now, does the 50 difficulty, does that relate to my skill in cooking or beverage making? So if we just look at my skills here, let's look here, and I can, yeah, well, we'll keep the UI larger for now. Where is cooking? There. My cooking is 20. My beverages is 7.5. Oh, 50 for hot food cooking. Oh, I see. Well, that's 34 though. And Blightthorn, I have not tried to make alcohol in real life. I have not, no. Oh, except I have made like this sort of Christmas beer that they have. They call it kotikallio, home beer, here in Finland. You can get these kits. And there's somebody's gnar over here. Are they buying horses? I'm not sure whose gnar that is. I didn't even know that a gnar had slid up here. Fairy Sparkle has been etched on the stern. Fairy Sparkle owns it. Do we see a Fairy Sparkle here in local? Let's see. Nope. So they're just like parked out at my deed. I didn't even notice until just now. So how much does the wine barrel hold? Let's check from Wurmpedia. Let's see. Wine barrel. It has a capacity of 45 liters. So does that mean that we should make 45 liters of water? So let's actually set volume to 20. Just pour that out. Fill. So we have now 20. Fill. 40. And then set volume to 5. Fill. And that should now be... Oh. No. I was doing that completely wrong. Hold on. Let's start from the beginning. 45 liters. Is that like an equivalent to 45 kilograms? Because of course with the measuring jug, that's in kilograms, but that is an equivalent to liters, isn't it? So 1 kilogram would be like 1 liter. So let's set this to 10 kilograms actually. Fill. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. And now set it to 5 kilograms. And now we have 45 kilograms, which I guess would be an equivalent, right? Let's see what you guys are saying. And Buzzkill asks, can people just park their junk on your deed? They can, yes. Now, of course, it's up to you how you control your deed. You can always fence off your deed to stop people from being able to park. Like, for instance, if you wanted to make like a fenced area around and have a little enclosed like harbor, you could do that if you wanted. I don't care if somebody comes and parks on my deed, personally. The only time it actually bothered me was when I owned a very small deed over on the server of Independence, and it was just a tiny one, and then somebody came with their big ship and parked right in front, and that bothered me actually, because it was just sitting there for months, and I eventually asked a GM to move it. Good evening, Raybark. Welcome on into the stream. Kats is learning how to make alcohol. I've never made alcohol in the game before, Raybark. What do you think of that? And Raybark, today you figured out that you can put increase size rune on LMC. What was LMC again? Force Chuckle. Can you craft a sign? Force Chuckle asks, can you craft a sign that says all unattended vehicles will be towed? You can, actually. I do have a sign here, but I'm going to write something else here. So let's just put this, my large sign, and let's actually use this one. And we are going to write, what are we going to write? All unattended ships are welcome. Now I'm going to take this away later on, but I'm just showing you in practice. Let's put the sign over here next to the let's just plant that down. Put it next to the ship. All unattended ships are welcome. So what do you say to that, Force Chuckle? Yes, you can make signs and write stuff on them, huh? Cool, hey? Yeah. Oh, I love it, Viking. Parking 50 copper. Oh, that is hilarious. Oh, I'm gonna change it now. That's hilarious. Right next to the I think we have to did we have to, no, hold on. Oh, maybe it has to be in your inventory. Let's oh, it probably had like a character that wasn't, yeah, it doesn't like this character, this one, whatever that's called, I forget. Parking fee is 50 copper, like so. Let's put it like that, and right next to the ship. That's kind of a pretty funny, actually. Okay, I have to go a bit higher on the ground. There. And let me just get the text a bit better looking. Parking. Let's put it like this, actually. Nope. Hold on. Parking fee. Okay, let me just adjust this a bit. If we put some spaces here, so it's not so squishy. Oh, damn. Hold on. We can also force it to go to the next row if I just put some spaces in between, like so. Let's just take those spaces away. There, that's better. So that's just a tip for you new players to Wurm. If the text doesn't like align in a nice way, and I think also you can just play around with adding spaces, and actually if I want to force that parking fee to be in the middle, we can put a whole bunch of spaces here. Oh, let me grab my better so the higher quality your sign, the more characters it will fit. So let me just grab my better one here. I have a better quality sign over here. Let's put this one away. Let's try that again. And then put some spaces. Let's see how it turns out. Okay. No spaces in front, but a whole bunch in between. And let's just try that again to see if we can force it to the next row by still keeping the 50C there. So we have to force it to the next row still. So more spaces here. Let me just take this away for a moment until we get it to the next row. It's just getting more and more squished. I know I can move it though. See, now it went to the next row. However, it's really squishy. So maybe we'll just be happy enough with it being like this. Let's remove that and try this again. There, that's good enough. I'm happy with that now. Viking came over to see. Viking looking so handsome in his chainmail armor. Coming to show off. Yeah, I love it. That's such a great idea. And let's just pull it over closer so the person who comes to get to their ship, they literally will not be able to ignore the sign. I think that's so hilarious, Viking. It's just cracking me up. Tuxie looks super passive aggressive. Yeah. Oh my god, that just cracks me up so much. Okay, so we have 45 kilograms of water. So we're gonna, now if we do a lure, too much water, looks like it should be between, but that's because I have only so few potatoes. So let's put a whole crap load of potatoes in there. Let's see. Potatoes. Let's put as many potatoes as we can fit. What does it say now from lore? Not enough water. Okay. Can I put even more potatoes in there? Yes, I can take it all the way to 100, I guess. Not enough water. Should be between... Now, since items can only fit 100 items, and I've got the sugar and I've got the water, I can only have 98 potatoes max. So I'm going to have to adjust the water accordingly now. So should be between... Oh, hold on. Not enough water. Oh, so we just add more water, do we? 117. Okay, so we just have to add more. Man, this is going to be one heavy cauldron, that is for sure. We should probably put the cauldron actually into... wasn't it so that things are harder to cook in a forge, right? And since the difficulty is probably going to be quite high, I should probably stick this over into the oven and we'll heat the oven up. I won't be able to carry this thing around in a moment. Okay, so there's the cauldron. And we needed 78, so if it now has 45, we should go and grab some more water. Set volume to 10. I should probably get, you know what? I'll just get a small barrel. I think I don't have a large barrel right now, unfortunately. So that's... Oh. Oh. So it would not actually... It will not accept any more water. Look at that. So we're going to have to actually lessen the amount of potatoes then. Okay, what does it say now? 109 grams. And Pak, no problem, no problem. My pleasure to answer those questions. And you're going to try the game now, so welcome to Wurm Online. And thank you so much for the follow, Talon. And do you, Talon, do you play Wurm as well? We're just learning how to make alcohol here in the game. I've been playing the game for 7 years, but I've never tried making alcohol before. So let's see. Lore. So let's add some more water. Ooh, ooh. Recipe, unfermented vodka added to your cookbook. So apparently, oh my god, it made it, guys. I didn't even have to... What? I did not have to heat up the cauldron? Don't I have to cook this, Viking? I'm so confused now. I didn't even cook. I didn't even heat up the... Oh, it's glowing from heat. Because the cauldron was, of course, in the forge. So the cauldron was so hot from being in the forge that it actually cooked the vodka. Okay. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah. Yes, I got... Oh, the rum recipe. I think I do have that factional. I think I got it from a troll. Let me just see. I do believe I have it. Unfermented rum, yes. Now... You can't wait to see me make a distillery, says Raybark. So Raybark, you're like one of the best experts of the game that I know. Here's a question for you. So I was asking earlier on before you came into the stream, I was asking, you know how you get passive beverage and cooking skill from the still, right? But how close do you have to be to the still to be able to get that skill gain? And the same question goes for actually hot food cooking. When you have meals like cooking in an oven or a forge, I mean, you get the skill gain when they become like cooked, right? But surely you have to be rather close to the forge or oven when that happens, right? But how close do you have to be? Yeah, Viking, it said so here on Wurmpedia, you see. It says here, a still will grant passive skill gain in beverages and cooking as it burns. So that's one of the reasons you see that I want to have some stills so that I can get the beverage skill for making the transmutation liquid. But you've never managed to get it, Viking. And has your still been turned on though? Has it been lit up? It has to be lit up for that to happen. Raybark says it still works the same as hot food cooking. You never learn the max distance since you had a lot of ticks from hot food cooking over 40 tiles away. Really? But you never tested it with the still. The skill from still has been so lousy you didn't even care. Oh, right. Really? I see. So, now I am assuming, is it now, guys, that we just put the unfermented, and what quality did it turn out to be, by the way? 7.53 is the quality, so really, really crappy. So now, is it so that we just keep making this stuff and just fill up the... Oh, hold on. So it did actually... So we got more than 45 liters, it seems. Good. Okay. So that is now full, and I'll figure out the rest. I'll probably make some more barrels, but I won't do that now. So how about the quality of the barrel? I'm guessing that we need to imp it up, right? I'm guessing that the quality of the wine barrel, does it have an effect? Actually, let me just check on Wurmpedia. Wine barrel, does it have an effect on the quality or like how fast it ferments? Let's see. It can be sealed with a wood scrap to ferment alcoholic beverages. And of course that has to be one that is not a fruit tree. Otherwise we get vinegar. Oak gives a slight bonus for aging. It doesn't say anything about the quality of the barrel though, but I think it was on the, was it on the alcohol page? Something about quality. Let me just see. I saw something about quality here. Yeah, doesn't say anything there about the barrel itself. To Jensen. A seal with a wood scrap. Oh, that is such a dad joke. My God. That's one of your worst dad jokes, Du Jensen, but also pretty funny, I have to admit. And Du Jensen says, transmutation liquid is not beverages, but substances. Yes, Du Jensen, but when you're making transmutation liquid, you have to use the juice, right? And that uses beverages. So you want to get high quality juice first. And Tyrannus Gaming wanted me to translate to finish the following sentence. Now that I tried out booze, I wish to say I am not addicted, but I do need it. Okay, in Finnish that would be nyt kun kokeilin alkoholin tekoa, haluaisin sanoa, että minä en ole addiktoitunut, mutta kyllä mä sitä silti tarvitsen. I hope that made you happy, Tyrannus. So Raybarg says fermenting is only to get the quality up. You can put your unfermented vodka right into the still. But I guess we want the vodka to be high quality, right? And ferment it afterwards, says Viking. So I'm confused now. Because Madnath was saying to first ferment it and then put it into a still later on. That the still is not like something we have to worry about at this point. So are you saying, Viking, that you can first do the still and then ferment it afterwards? Yeah, Raybarg had a more summarized sentence. So Raybarg's translation would be, kokeiltuani alkoholia sanon, että etten ole riippuvainen, mutta tarvitsen sitä. So what's the difference between distilling first, then fermenting, or fermenting first and then distilling? So Viking, you directly put it into the still and then you ferment after that? I need some clarification now, guys. Okay, let's see if there's something on Wurmpedia about fermentation here. I guess that's just on the alcohol page. Okay, let's look at alcohol once more. Yeah, that doesn't really say about the process of making alcohol, does it? And what's Raybarg sharing here? So, Raybarg, you have both undistilled gin, but you also... Oh, no, it's... No, that's... Yeah. So the distilled stuff comes into the condenser, right? But... So what is it that you're sort of showing in this image here, Raybarg? So Raybarg says undistilled product goes... results in a product, the quality remains... Right, gotcha. So we can see here that... No, hold on. Yes, we can see here that the undistilled gin turns into the distilled gin, which has the exact same quality. So I guess the point is that you want to ferment it first for a long time to get the highest possible quality, so that only upon once you've fermented it for a long time, then you can have a high quality undistilled that becomes the final product. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah. Yes, that makes total sense, Rayborg. Yes. Okay. So, but what we can still make a still today. We can do that. So let's do that. We will go and. But here was the question, though. Here was the question. Does the quality of the barrel. So my question is, do I have to imp this barrel now? Does the quality of the barrel have any effect on the fermenting process? Let me just ask also in CA help, and let's just see what they say. So this is a tip for all of you new players to Wurm. There's now several of you here in the chat. There's several people today who started Wurm. So be sure if you have any questions, even us older veteran players, we always have questions as well for CA help. There are volunteers around the clock here helping. So I'm going to ask now. Hello, friends. Does imping a wine barrel have any effect on the fermentation process? For instance, making it ferment faster or creating better quality. Let's see what they answer. We'll just leave that there for a while. Now, meanwhile, we might as well make ourselves a still. We're going to need it eventually anyhow, and it'd be kind of cool to make one. So it requires copper, which we have some nice toasty copper here ready and waiting. So let's just grab this this lower quality stuff first. And we needed to make a copper sheet from that. So so I forget now, is it the large or the small anvil? But we'll find out soon enough. Let's see, sheet. It could be that it is a small anvil. Do I have it here? Hold on. There's one. Oh, I had one already in my inventory. Oh well. Where is the sheet? Oh, I'll just check. It's right here, actually. Small anvil, yes. Copper sheet right there. And how many do we need for this? For the still? Let's see. 7 copper sheets. Oh my god. Okay, let's see how many I can make with this amount of copper. We should put those potatoes away as well. And let's see what they said here in the chat. Shadow says, no, Safarina. The quality of the barrel does not have any effect. So let me just thank Shadow. In the most polite way that I can. Do a little curtsy. Always want to be kind and you always want to be kind and friendly to your friendly neighborhood community assistant person. They work their butts off to help us, and they also have to probably deal with a lot of like annoying players as well that are sort of entitled and don't realize that they're actually volunteers. So always be kind to your community assistance people. Now, Yeah, we did make an oak one. That's right. We did make one from oak. That much I did know already. So now, hold on. Am I just like, is my inventory full? No, too little material. Okay, let me throw these potatoes over here. And the cauldron, we can just throw that on the ground as well. Like so. And we'll just grab this other lump over here. Not that there's very much, there's not too much material though. I think we're going to have to go mine some copper actually. So let's just stick that over there. We're going to have to, I think there was some copper over in Viking's Deed. So we'll just leave the sheets there as well. And we'll go do some mining if that's okay with you, Viking. We're almost done with the copper bits. Don't need too much anymore. Do I have room in my crates? I do. Okie dokie. Yes, exactly. So fermenting in an oak barrel, in a cave, inside a dwelling would have faster quality, improving rate. Yeah, that one I knew about. I was actually planning, Raybark, to actually build a little house today inside the cave, but we never got around to it. So what we will do though is we're gonna still make the still, and then we'll wrap up the stream after that because we've been streaming now for almost 5 hours, and it is time to make some dinner. And Dragon's Fire asks, what's the fastest way to grind strength? I would recommend mining or digging. Just because you have to do a lot of mining and digging anyhow, so you might as well get your strength up at the same time. Or shall I say, you might as well do something useful at the same time, right? So there's tin, here's copper. Raybark says, making booze in Wurm is nice. It gives use for rubbish papyrus sheets to make labels, to make wax sealing kits. So Raybark, what are the labels used for? Do you like label your wine and stuff? Let me just see here. We have the label here. A piece of papyrus that has been cut into strips to use as a label, used in creation of a wax sealing kit. So I'm still trying to figure out how this relates to the booze though, Raybark. Wax sealing kit. Seal containers, right, that have liquid in it, right. So you can see a large pottery amphora, small pottery amphora, pottery flask, pottery jar, water skin. Right. So Rayba, you were saying that you're still standing next to your house, but there are some arch walls around it. So, oh, right. I'm understanding now what the problem is. So you sort of realized, Rayba, that man, you should have been keeping your still inside of a house. That's what you were worried about, right? For sure, Raybark. Yeah, so Raybark was saying if you make really fine aged wine, it will also decay, but if you seal it, it will stay good for long. Makes for a cool present. Oh, absolutely. Imagine making your own wine and giving that as a present to when you go visiting people. Man, that's very cool. And Raybark, it has like a balcony above it, right? Oh, we should get our stamina up. Okay, I'm starting to think this amount of copper should be probably enough. How much do we have now? Yeah. Let me just check the ingredients now for the still once more. Still. So 7 copper sheets. Yeah. And we had, I think, what was it? Did we make like 4 or 5 copper sheets already? Yeah, let's just do a couple more and take those with us. Hello, Petite. Welcome on into the stream. Good to see you. How are you doing today? Yes, it's booze time. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of people who saw that stream name and they were like, yes, now we finally get to see cats all drunk on stream. Now, I'm sorry if I disappointed you. We are simply learning how to make booze today, something I've never done in the game before. 1 sheet is 6 kilograms, says Du Jensen. And of course, 1 ore converts to how many kilograms in a lump? Let's check here. Lump. Oh, we should probably look at copper, shouldn't we? So, smelting 20 kilograms creates 1 kilogram of a lump. And so if we just use our calculator here. Oh, I can actually calculate that without. That would be like 170. Would that be like 17 kilograms of lump? Let me just check this here. $17 kilograms of lump. And if each sheet is 6 kilograms, that would be nearly 3. So actually we have to mine some more. Thank you, Du Jensen. So yeah, we definitely have to mine some more then, yes. Okay. Ray Bark. Finally! Cats focuses on something meaningful. And Petite, you've been doing so much archaeology in the past 3 days. It's incredible. Well, I know some people in the chat lurking away there in the background will probably be very happy to hear that. But I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying it, Petite. It is very fun. I've been starting to do it now with this character also. I just need to get more into it. And Reba, you just read that the barrels have to be inside the dwelling, not the still. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Yeah, sorry for the confusion. It is the barrels indeed, yes. And Petite, from your archaeology findings, the fragments, you were able to assemble a huge axe head, iron, and 3 good runes. Oh, fantastic. You're working on a corbita. Nice, nice, Reba. And Viking, you've heard that a still actually burns longer inside of a building. Aha. Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? It would stay warmer inside, you would think. So, if we need, hold on. If we need, so let's say we need about, just to be safe, 6 more sheets. I think I made 5 sheets, but just so we don't have to run back here. So 6 times 7, that's 42, isn't it? Yes, and 42 times 20 kilograms. No. No. 42 times 20. 840 kilograms of ore is what we would need, isn't it? I think I calculated it correctly. And was it so that the copper was 20? Yes. Yes. Okay. So yeah, let's get up to 840, and then that should be more than enough copper. Well, I won't say anything factional because, of course, in sort of Twitch, in the Twitch, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word for like good manners? No, not aesthetics. No, what's the word? It's right on the tip of my tongue. Ethics? In Twitch, ethics? I believe. I didn't even know this when I first started streaming, actually. I didn't know that it was rude to, like, if you notice somebody in your user list or the chat list, if you notice somebody lurking, I would sometimes look at who is watching the stream, and then I would say, oh, hello, I see you're, like, watching the stream too, so-and-so, and then I would greet them, and I didn't realize, I was just trying to be friendly, right? And I didn't realize at that point that actually... that it's not nice to call out or to bring attention to lurkers. So etiquette, that's the word. Etiquette, that is the word I was looking for. Thank you, Factional, yes. So I won't say anything. And Rayborg, from your experience, the still fills the condenser before its fuel runs out, but you're a good smith, so yours is a 90 quality one. So you're kind of like the point being, Raybark, that your still is such a high quality one that having it inside or outside wouldn't even make any difference. I think that's what you're kind of intending there. That's still pretty good, Viking. If your still is quality 54. Antrig made it for you. Aw. Oh, I'm out of stamina. Damn it. Watching the chat too much. What's our mining at, by the way? 62.9. Body strength, 32. So, Petite, you're saying that you think Etheria is using 50-something stills too. So is Etheria like a famous alcohol maker in Wurm? I haven't heard that name before. Thank you so much for the follow, Doc Jones World, and welcome on into the stream. Doc, are you a Wurm player as well? Oh, I see. So she's a famous alcohol supplier on on the northern cluster. Right, right. Sounds like you have some competition there, Viking. You're gonna have to step up your game. And Doc Jones, you don't play Wurm. You just watched for some reason. So was my stream in your sort of recommended channels or something like that? I've had several people saying that today during the stream. So. You know, there must be some algorithm thing going on today in Twitch algorithms to show that the channel. Oh, from a raid. Oh, I see. Yeah, I know. I think Dreamt was hosting me at least. I don't think I noticed any raids today, but there are some people who are hosting me today. So, but welcome on in, Doc. So what I do on my channel is I play Sandbox games. Especially Sandbox MMOs, and my favorite Sandbox MMO is Wurm Online. So we just need one more. And what we're doing today, Doc, is we are learning how to make alcohol in Wurm. Now, I have played this game for 7 years, and I've never made alcohol before. So we're in the process right now of gathering materials. I'm mining out some copper ore, and we're going to take it over to a forge. We're going to melt it. And it will turn into lumps of copper. Okay, now we have enough. So let's just pack that into the cart here. And we're going to make, so what are we going to make from this copper? We are going to make a still, a copper still to distill our booze with. I'm just going to, let me see if there's some really high quality ones here. Let's keep the 54 quality ones separately so that those, we can use those for improving. Good. And now let's go and melt this stuff in the forge. Oh, through Twitch TV Wurm. I see, Doc. Right. Yeah, Twitch TV was here a little bit earlier. And he was looking to make some pizzas, and he was asking for some tomatoes. So I mailed him some tomatoes through the mailbox. And it is really cool in Wurm that you can send letters and books and parcels and items over to other players in this game. Aw, Raybarg. Well, I don't know about that. I think it's more of a case that I guess there aren't that many Wurm streamers. I'm not sure how many are streaming right now, but yeah, I don't think the situation would be the same, Raybarg, if we were streaming World of Warcraft. I would be lost in the ether. Is that the right word I'm looking for? Lost in limbo or something like that. Like nobody would ever find my stream if I was playing World of Warcraft right now. And Viking says, "Oh no, yeah, you have competition, boy." Okay, so let's just dump this copper over into the forge. And I think I'm just gonna remove, oh, I have all these frying pans here. Let's move the frying pans over to the oven, actually, because I do not want to have them filling up You can only fit 100 items into a forge. So we don't want those frying pans filling up the forge. Let's go grab some more. Ugh. Let's just actually put all this stuff that I don't need. And now, let's see how much of this copper will actually fit into the forge. Well, not much. It only smelts about, was it 28 ore at a time? Something like that. Here. Copper ore. Let's stick that in. And let me just get everything out of here that doesn't have to be here. Sheets. And the iron we can put away as well. Did the still need any iron parts? I don't think so, did it? Plank ribbons. I made a whole bunch of... Oh, rivets. Hold on. Hold on. Do we have some rivets? I think we might from when I was making my ship. Let's see. Not there. Not there. Not there. Oh, don't tell me I'm going to have to make a whole bunch of rivets. I might have some here, actually. Hold on. Rivets, 28. Okay, how many did we need? 25. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, so I don't need to make those. Yeah, okay. I really need a smelter, guys. Or what, not a smelter, but what was it called? It's called a smelter, right? The orange one that fits a lot of metal at the same time. Let's get rid of those as well. And also, yeah, those don't even fit. Okay, let's let those melt here. What's the heat of the forge? The fire is not lit. Oh no, even though it has the animation. Damn it. Okay, we're gonna have to then light it up again. So there's this little glitch that the fire still looks like it's like lit. Now if I were to restart the client, it would have been turned off then, but it seems like it sort of stayed behind just in a glitchy way there. Kindling. Let's just light that up again. Good that I checked, by the way. Oh, look, snuff. What the heck? The fire is not lit. And yet it gives me the option, no option to light, but it gives me the option to snuff. That is very strange. Okay, let's try putting some, gonna need some wood scrap anyhow to fuel it with. So if I just, can I actually fuel this thing? Burn. What does it say in event window? The forge is not burning. Okay, now it actually turned itself off. How weird. Maybe it was just on the verge of going out then. Like those few minutes before it goes out, it probably behaves that way. And Doc says, you used to play World of Warcraft. Might get back into it soon. Yeah, I played a lot of WoW back in the day, but for some reason WoW just doesn't do it for me anymore these days. And you played RuneScape way back when, yeah. Now RuneScape, of course, it is very similar to Ultima Online, and that is an MMO. Well, actually, I think it was based, like it was inspired by Ultima Online, and I played Ultima Online for many, many, many years. A very, very similar game. And let me just actually stick these. They're kind of crappy ones, but I haven't decided yet what to do with them. Let's just stick these guys into, or these into this guy. There. Get them out of my inventory. So, we just have to wait for this to now melt. Meanwhile, I guess we can get started making the still, can't we? Activate glowing hot copper sheet, which we have. Oh, these need to be heated up, do they? Okay. Oh, but we can't fit one in. Okay, let's take a few of these ores out and let's put at least one sheet in so we can get this started. And put the rest of the ore that will fit in there. There's one sheet. Have that heated up. Oh, we actually have higher quality sheets here. We should use the highest quality so it'll be more likely to succeed when we start to make it. Rivets, plank, and 2 ribbons. Okay, the rest of the materials we already have. So just now it's just a matter of waiting for this to heat up. 1 second, guys. And Petite says, I think you need more crate racks in this forge. Yeah, I've got a ton of crate racks here, and that's, I mean, it's all very ugly, guys, because this is all temporary. This is all going to be torn down someday. This is just my temporary little shack for, until we've gotten everything, like, you know, done for the Kingdom project. But, yeah, so all of these are, most of these are just, like, filled to the brim with stone shards from all of the surface mining that we've been doing. But I don't know, you know, it looks messy, but it's kind of cozy as well. I can't really explain it. Okay, this is now hot. Next it has to get to searing hot, and then we have to wait for it to go to glowing hot. And while we're waiting, I might as well eat up a little bit. And we should, how's my blacksmithing affinity going? 48 minutes left. Maybe we'll eat a little bit more of that blacksmithing affinity food. Where is my blacksmithing? There. And maybe a little bit of the smithing as well. Okay. That'll probably be enough. And then eat some of this crap food here just to fill up. Raybark says, Cats, if you would do Finnish WoW streaming, you would stand out on top. But yeah, in English the competition is rough. You think so, Raybark? So, you know, Raybark, I actually don't know anything at all about the Finnish streaming scene. Like, I have a couple of streaming friends who I met through these various games who are Finnish and also stream in Finnish, but I haven't watched Finnish streams at all. For some reason, I have no idea why, by the way. I don't know. Is it too close for comfort, or I don't know why they don't interest me at all. And Factional Fight says, interesting idea, Raybark. Cats would take a huge bite out of the Finnish streaming market for sure. Or like, you're sure. You think so, guys? And Raybark says, if they connect the North and South Freedoms, you will sail over to help me with my Kingdom project. Oh, that'd be awesome, Raybark. You would have... Raybark, what's your paving skill? Because paving determines how high of a building you can make, right? Because you need to make the floors to make the next walls, right? Because that is going to be our biggest problem with the Kingdom. Because we're going to have to make those really, really high towers. And I believe that's all dependent on the paving. And I'm just imagining that you probably have like high skills in pretty much everything in Wurm with your old character. Okay, so sheet. Oh, and another sheet. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, let's at least take these lumps here. But yeah, very interesting idea you got there, Raybark, about the Finnish streaming scene. And you know what? Do you know what we don't have at all? There is not a single Finnish Wurm streamer that would like actually stream in the Finnish language, is there? The only problem with it is that, of course, if the English-speaking community who comes here, if they were to see like I'm streaming Wurm, and you know, even if it's in the title like Finn, would it chase away the English-speaking Wurmians if some of my streams were in Finnish? What do you guys think? I kind of fear that it would. And we also need to put another sheet in there. Let's put another sheet quickly. And this one as well. Let's just keep it toasty. Good. Now all of our ore is the last of the ore is going to warm up there. And I guess we should put these lumps in there as well. Keep them. Might as well put the sheets as well. And now actually, since we have some hot lumps, I should make more sheets. How many did we need in total? 7 sheets, and we have 5. Okay, so we have more than enough copper. So let's just make these last 2. 2 more sheets. If only to act as project smith to keep everyone's tools in tip-top shape. Oh man, Raybarg, that would be so awesome. Yeah, I mean, how high is your blacksmithing skill over with your old character? It has got to be way up in the high 90s by now. So your paving is 52. Yeah, that's pretty high. I don't think Milena has anything close to that. So Donut says a floor can also be wood, no? I wonder, Donut, is it the... so the paving skill, is that only needed then for stone floors? And do you not need it for the wooden floors then? And you can get paving with cat's eyes, making lots of cat's eyes. That's a good tip. Okay, now, do we have 2 sheets that are hot? We do. Okay, now let's combine these. And I'm kind of in a hurry right now because I know my son wants to get to bed. He's very patiently waiting for me to finish up the stream. I promised probably an hour ago. I probably promised half an hour, but that I'd be done in half an hour. But this took a little bit longer than I thought. Oh, did we start it now? Where'd it go? You create an unfinished still in front of you on the ground. I'm not seeing it though, guys. Is it hidden within the... There it is, inside the forge. Okay, let's just plonk it over here. Here. Good. Isn't that cute? Look how plump that is, guys. Is that not the cutest little still you've ever seen? And then we need 5 copper sheets, 1 plank, and the rivets. Okay. The sheets are there. 2 ribbons. Well, the rivets are there at least. 25. And I know I made some... I know that I made some ribbons. Oh, there they are. They're iron ribbons. That's why it wasn't where I saw it was. And 1 plank. 1 plank. Okay. I think that's all we need. Here we go then. Let's start off with the ribbons. So, let me see what you guys are saying here. And Petite reminds us that you will get a lot of paving skill by making lots and lots of buildings, though. Ah, I see. Weeby says you can always do wood floors, but if you won't make marble or clay single floor, so then you need just 10 paving for each level of the house. I see. Okay. Yeah, I think I was probably, what was confusing me is that I remember when I was making the horse market on Xanadu, I needed quite high paving to make the towers, but I was using sandstone slab floors for the tops. Now I will need sandstone floors for the kingdom, but they can be replaced later on. We can just use wooden ones as placeholders in the beginning. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. And Raybark, you did active streaming when you were leading your WoW Classic Guild progress. For many months you streamed a raid every Wednesday and Sunday, and you were getting about 50 people watching, even though you and your people in the raid spoke Finnish. Oh, interesting. One second, guys. Okay, I am back. So that's interesting to hear, Raybark, that you did these streams and let me just see what else you said about that. You also did some streaming of Wurm in Finnish. Oh. You had your stream set for Finnish/English, and you were speaking Finnish unless people in your stream chat were contributing in English, right? So you sort of like, you spoke English as needed. And Parser says, Cats, how many times have people on here asked you to do an entire stream in Finnish? Drive us away? It'll bring us in. No, guys, you wouldn't enjoy that. I mean, little random bits of Finnish once in a while, that might be fun, but imagine me just speaking Finnish? No. So it would just require carpentry to get to make the floors for really high towers. Okay, well then we don't have a problem. Creepy having your... Yeah, I was having a chat with my son there. And hello there, Atomic Ant. I'm just about to wrap up the stream though. The cheapiest still that ever was. Yeah, it's pretty cute, isn't it? And Parser says, you think that your son would fall asleep quite well to that voice of mine. Yeah, no. See, we live in such a small apartment, and you can sort of hear everything through the wall. And he's very tired, so... And you thoroughly enjoyed, Tuxie, that time that I spoke Finnish for a while. And it was lovely. And first chuckle, you used to your father's just speaking Dutch all the time when encountering relatives, right? So were you so are you Dutch as well, Force, or do you live elsewhere in the world? Parser, that's not good that my voice puts you guys to sleep. Come on. That's not the goal here. Putting you guys to sleep sounds like it would just bore you to death. And you know what I should do is I should probably use the... Oh, I don't know if these have to be glowing. No, they don't. Okay. I think it's just the starting sheets that have to be glowing to start the distill with. So you have some Dutch blood, Force Chuckle, but you're in Oregon, US, right? Yeah, it's kind of similar for me, Force Chuckle, because my mom is Finnish and my dad was English, and then they both traveled to Canada when way back in the day, and they met there and they had me. And so I was born in Canada, but then later on I decided to move to Finland. Let's actually do them one at a time. So, this thing that Raybark said about streaming in Finnish is really, really interesting now. So Raybark, I'm just very, very curious to hear, like when you were streaming Wurm in Finnish, did you get a lot of new people watching the stream who were both Finnish and Wurm players? Or were they just a whole bunch of random like Finnish people that were like just finding your stream? The only thing I don't really like about the idea of like streaming in Finnish is because Finnish has a different atmosphere to it. It's more direct, it's less friendly, and the thing is that my stream is all about this sort of cozy, friendly, sweet atmosphere. Making you feel like you're getting like a vacation from negative things when you come in here. And the thing with the Finnish language is that it's not like it's unfriendly, but it doesn't have that same atmosphere. And I think the reason for that is probably because in the English language, when you're speaking it, your like melody of your voice is going up and down, and it's very, what's the word for it? Expressive. But when you're speaking Finnish, you tend to speak in a more monotone tone, like it's very like even, and it's and just the things that you say also in Finnish, because Finnish people they do not appreciate like they don't really appreciate that kind of like small chit chat. Like in Finnish you would say turha löpinä ja höpinä. They think it's kind of that kind of like friendly chit chat that I do to you guys. Finnish people would, at least some of them would think of it as kind of patronizing perhaps, or else kind of extra, like it's unneeded. I don't know. What do you think, Raybark? Do you agree with those sentiments? So it was quite random and you felt like a fool speaking Finnish because the audience is mostly international, right? And Finnish is kind of rough when it comes to words of emotion, but generally Finnish is much more soft-spoken than other languages. Yeah, like the way it sounds is more soft-spoken, but then the things that you're actually saying aren't necessarily so sweet, you know? And Joe redeemed, have cats translate your sentence to Finnish. When I stream in Finnish, you guys would understand. I'm wondering if you meant wouldn't understand a single word. I'm just gonna assume that's what you meant. Kun minä striimaan suomeksi, te ette ymmärtäisi yhtäkään sanaa. Parser. So we only have 14 more rivets to go, and then this thing is going to be finished, and then we're going to wrap up, guys. And I'm going to already now start to have a look through and just see who out there is streaming if we want to raid somebody. Oh, there's a lot of people streaming Wurm today. Oh, you know who we should raid, guys? We should raid Draka. She has 6 viewers, and she's the one who has organized the Luna Long on Xanadu. Let's go and raid her once we're done. So only 13 more rivets to go. Almost there. Oh, and it looks like Robbie Crusoe was here. But he hasn't said anything. Okay. He was my first horse customer, actually. And he is my neighbor over on Cadence. And you guys agree? Okay, good, good. Yeah, let's go raid her. And see what's going on at the Luna Long. I can just imagine that the amount of work that goes into organizing something like a Luna Long must be absolutely insane. I don't think I would have the emotional strength to do something like that myself. Oh, you guys are in the maze, Tuxie. Nice. Oh, thank you so much for those kind words, Talon. Talon was saying, the guides and information you have made have been super helpful in getting us started into Wurm. Thank you. Well, thank you for those kind words, Talon, and I'm glad they have been useful. I also recommend, guys, speaking of streamers who give a lot of information, be sure to check out the Factional Fight stream. Factional, are you guys going to be streaming tomorrow? I know you skipped last weekend, but I'm assuming that you'll probably be streaming tomorrow, right? Hello, the Sailor. Welcome to the stream, and thank you so much for that follow. Although I'm just about to wrap up the stream now. We have 11 more rivets to go, and then we'll be finished. And Reba hopes that there's going to be an Impalong in the Shimmering Sands City one day. Oh, that's maybe. We'll see. That would be so much work. It would definitely have to be a group project, though. So possibly, says Factional Fight. Right. Okay. But yeah, in the very least, definitely go and follow Factional Fight. They stream on Sundays usually. Of course, you guys have been having quite a busy time right now with your real life work and stuff like that. So it's been a bit hard to get those streams together because, of course, you guys are like a pair of brothers, and you have to always schedule your times together. Oh, I should get my stamina up. 10 more to go. 10 more to go, and then we'll be done. Yeah, exactly, Ray, but it would have to probably be like an alliance thing. Yeah, I don't think I could do it alone. And do I just have a very bad rivet here? Let me just actually try. Let me try one rivet at a time. I seem to have better luck if I just do it with one at a time. That one's just getting more and more damaged. I might have to grab a fresh rivet. Let's just take a completely fresh rivet here, and because I had some more in the BSB. And of course we could just make some. You know what? We're just gonna make some new ones because that's probably gonna be faster. We've got some high quality lumps. I think it was the small anvil, wasn't it? And rivets, yes. Because these are kind of bad quality anyhow. It's going to just be so slow getting those in. Oh, it's so annoying that when you make rivets, it creates these little low quality lumps of iron. I'm not a fan of that at all. Yeah, actually, Ray Bark, I've been meaning to ask you because you're such a veteran of the game and you're so experienced with Wurm. We had this sort of discussion one time. Me and Willow and Griffin, we were sort of comparing our notes on whether it's worth when you're trying to add items to something that's hard to build. Me and Willow sort of felt like it actually goes through easier if you just do one at a time. But other people experience it so that it doesn't make any difference and you can just put the whole batch in. What are your experiences with that? Have you noticed a difference with just putting the whole batch in versus putting one at a time? Now, obviously, if it's like an item that's super easy to just throw in there, of course you can just put the whole batch right there, but if they're kind of low quality and it's hard to get them in. Yeah, these 20 quality ones are not working out, are they? Let's go back to one of these higher quality. Really has a huge effect. It was so worth making those higher quality rivets. So in your opinion, Raybarg, it makes sense to put the batch in and then continue button will cycle through each item, and if you fail a lot, the damage is distributed among multiple items. Yeah. Yeah, the point though that I was trying to make is that it feels like when you do it that way, it seems like you get a lot more fails though. Like, of course, if you have just a single item, just like right now, it's taking a couple of fails. But it seems to go through, like, finally much easier. But maybe that's just like a mental thing that maybe it doesn't make any difference. Okay, 4 more and we're done. With single items, says Raybarg, you have less fifth queues. Your actions tend to be faster based on succeeding on the first, second, or third try. That's an interesting point for sure. Okay, 3 more. I'm just going to try for the heck of it. Just put this batch in here of the undamaged ones and see if we can get the last 2 in there. And let's make sure we actually see this still come to life when it's finished. Okay, 1 more. And Pak, you're back, and you created your character. Well, welcome to Wurm, Pak. But you chose a starting town that is further away from the general alliance location. Does it matter? Not really. You're just gonna have to. Actually, you know what, Pak? If you join somebody's alliance, like, do you want to join somebody else? Oh, we got it finished, guys. It's finished. It is finished now. Look at that. Our cute little still. So, Pak, if you want to join somebody else's alliance, they can actually invite you directly, and they'll be able to teleport you over, or rather not teleport you over, but you will get the option to teleport instantly over to their alliance deed. However, if you want to go and create your own deed in the alliance, then you're going to have to walk over there. Raybarg. Yes, we got it finished. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to let my son sleep now. So we're gonna go and raid Drakkar right now, and we will see. Let me just put those end credits up there, or yes, the end credits, and we shall. Let me just get her link here. Drakkar, and then we put this raid command in. So, guys, thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out with me today on my stream and watching me try to learn this alcohol stuff. And thank you so much, everyone, for all the good information. And let's go and see what Draka is up to at her Impalang. Have a good night, guys, and a great rest of your weekend.